For Indian nations and indigenous people that I find, the most important thing is relationship. We value relationship way beyond anything else. Relationship, to be close, to be next to the tree, to be next to the water, to be next to the earth.
Welcome to Sacred Land Speaks, where we explore the audio archives of the Sacred Land Film Project and revisit the interview clips we left on the cutting room floor over 40 years of filmmaking. I'm your host, Toby McLeod. Today we bring you part 2 of our 2011 interview with Onondaga faithkeeper Oren Lyons from our 4-part series, Standing on Sacred Ground. In 2012, co-producer Jessica Abbe and I were invited to attend a 3-day remembrance of Hopi elder Thomas Banyakya at the foot of Navajo Mountain in northern Arizona. A few days later, we set up our camera, a little too close to the highway as it turned out, with the dramatic red rock cliffs of Monument Valley as a backdrop. This was actually a violation of our protocol that an elder of Orin's stature should speak to us in his traditional home territory, Iroquois Six Nations country, amidst the lakes of upstate New York. But Orin is an international messenger. He calls himself a runner who can speak anywhere. And we were there with common purpose, to honor Thomas Banyakya and his lifelong defense of sacred land. Orin helped me understand how he and his Haudenosaunee people maintain right relationship to the earth, just as Thomas did, and the Hopi continue to do.
Yeah, well, how do you inform your people? How do you maintain this relationship? How do you polish it? How do you keep it fresh? How do you keep it shiny? How do you work with it? How do you enjoy that? Well, our people have done that through ceremonies. We do these ceremonies. I know our leaders were sitting last week at Onondaga setting the time for the strawberry ceremony, which will probably be this coming weekend, if not yesterday. I don't know. They could have moved it that fast, which means that while we were on our mission down here, we missed our ceremony back home. And that's a sacrifice not to be there. But what we do is we have developed these very elaborate Thanksgivings that requires a community to do that. And it requires everybody to be part of it, and it's a lot of work. Now, this one for the strawberry, that's a ceremony for the leaders of the fruit, strawberry. And so when we're having that ceremony, we're talking about all the fruits of the world, and we're talking about everything that we know and things that we don't know, but we know they're out there. We know there's a lot of things that we don't know, but it's there. So we think about that. We add them all in as much as we can, and we have a big Thanksgiving. And how do we do that? We make songs, and we make dances, and we make speeches. This goes on, and we make food, and we participate as a community, and it requires everybody to work, to take part. In our bigger ceremonies, they might say the 6-day ones, that's 6 days of work, 6 days of somebody getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and beginning to make the corn soup so that when you start in the morning, that soup is there ready, because you can't have the ceremony without the soup. So somebody's working at 6 hours to make corn soup. Somebody's doing that. So you'll have it for the ceremony. Somebody volunteers for that. I'll do that. So what is your part? Our part is to show up to the ceremony and take part and be there. I remember one of my friends one time, we were just passing down the road, close friend. I said, "You're going to go to the meeting tomorrow?" I said, "Well, you're going to be a speaker?" And he said, "I'm going." He says, "I'm not speaking, I'm just going to be there and make the crowd bigger." There's a lot in what he said. People don't understand how these simple things mean so much. It's just basic, simple participation. Be there. A leader is not a leader if he's not there leading. So what's your first duty as a leader? Is to be there. So people see you. They take heart when they see you. Gives them strength. You draw them together. That's your strength. Strength is in community. The strength is in all these trees, and you see all these roots are together. They're holding together. Underneath here, they're working together. It's a community that you're looking at right here. It's a big community. Our friend that beetle who's been walking around here listening, he's listening. He's glad to hear a talk, at least somebody's talking on behalf. It's the fact that you bring your presence there and you join in with the others to keep a good mind. And that's why our instruction has always been, power of the good minds to be unified. Unity, their strength.
I love how, whatever his surroundings, Oren could find a lesson to share, learning from the beetle that landed on his lap throughout our interview, or from the trees that were growing all around us.
That's the idea of community, which is fundamentally important, the importance of community, and to understand what community is. The earth is all community. So when you go into a forest and you cut trees, and especially if you're going to clear cut trees, you destroy a whole community in there. A medicine or a plant grows by a certain bush, and a certain bush will grow by a certain tree, and a certain tree will grow by certain other trees. And so each is taking part in the process of being together as a community, and they require each other to have that community of being. And so when you disturb that, you disturb a community, which is functioning very well in doing what it's supposed to be doing. And so when you come in, you can imagine to cut down all the trees and just destroy that whole community of life, which may be some very important medicine there, may be something very special at that particular place, has gone. And just gone for what? And then you come to the question, what's most important? Is that community most important? Or is the money that was going to be made from the sale of those logs and those trees more important? So it's a matter of evaluation and understanding what's important to you. So for Indian nations and indigenous people that I find, the most important thing is relationship. We value relationship way beyond anything else, way beyond what you can have relationship, to be close, to be next to the tree, to be next to the water, to be next to the earth. That relationship's really good. It's really rich. And amongst ourselves, relationship between people. You know, among the Haudenosaunee, among our people, we have greetings, and you'll hear it from especially the men. They have personal greetings, just their greeting, just them two people, their own special greeting. And you'll hear it all the time, and it's funny sometimes. And you always know that whatever it was that they're talking about, it was very special. And so they greet each other to remind each other of that time and that moment. And I was a little boy, and we were having a big feast at the longhouse, and boy, food was around, and it's everywhere. And I was looking at this pie that was sitting on a table. I was just waiting to get at that pie, and I was about at that level where my eyes were about even with the table, you know. And I'm watching that pie, and I'm watching the lady finally she cuts a piece of pie and puts it in a plate. And I was standing there, and I reached for the pie, and all of a sudden these two big hands came for the same plate, you know. And so I pulled my hands back, you know, right away. I said, oh, I didn't realize there was this man behind me that she was giving the pie to, and I thought it was for me. And I hear him laugh, you know, and he says, no, take that pie, I'll get another one. Well, I was embarrassed, you know. Took my pie over in the corner, and I was sitting there, and thinking, geez, that was really embarrassing. So while I was sitting there, he comes by and he says to me, "How's my pie?" And I said, "Good pie." He laughed. For the rest of our life, that's how he greeted me. "How's my pie?" See, that's relationship. Where are you going to get that? How important is that? That's what we value. Way beyond anything. So when we relate here, it's hard for people to understand that. They have different values.
As a former professor of American Studies, Oren often reminds audiences that back in the 1700s, the leaders of the Confederacy of Native Nations, of which the Onondaga are a member, advised America's founding fathers and shared the Six Nations principles of government, valuable lessons that were later enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. And the Haudenosaunee leaders also shared the story of the peacemaker.
And the Constitution was made, we had a lot to do with that. The Six Nations had a lot to do with that Constitution, the fundamental processes of unity and peace, collective, to work together. We instructed your leaders on that many years. But the peacemaker said, put your minds together, one heart, one mind, one spirit, to be unified. When he illustrated that to us, our people, he took an arrow and he snapped the arrow. He said, this is a nation. And he snapped the arrow. And then he took the 5 arrows representing the Mohawks and the Oneidas and the Onondagas, the Cayugas and the Senecas were the nations there. And he said, these arrows represent you. And he took the sinew of the deer and he wound that sinew around that arrows. And he said, here's your strength. Here's your unity. And 1,000 years later, maybe, in Albany, New York, 1775, the speakers for the colony said, we heard your story about the arrows, and we are binding ourselves together using that very symbol. That was your colonies that said to us, we're taking your advice. We're now going to become a union like you. The 13 arrows, they said, we're binding ourselves to be united like you, and we're planting a fire here. When they came to us, they said, you talk about community. Yes, we do. And your leaders did too early on. They agreed with that. They said, we're going to be like you. And so they made the Continental Congress. And when they made the Continental Congress, they made a flag. And you remember the first flag they made? What was that on the flag? It was a pine tree. It was our symbol. They put the tree on there. That's how close we're related to them. We helped instruct in the Constitution, Six Nations did, fundamental principles. And you were following that, pretty much. I would say the closest that you ever came to being like a Native nation was Continental Congress. That's when you called yourself the 13 Fires, as we call ourselves the 6 Fires. When you used our words and used our symbols, you were very close then. And then when you made the Constitution itself, in the process of making the Constitution, started to revert back to Europe. And you took things out of that Constitution that should have been in there. For instance, your partner, the women, they were left out entirely. In fact, they had to fight their way back in, 1924? That's amazing when you call yourself a democracy. Anyway, at that time, in making the Constitution, you're reverting back to enclosure and the land rights. That's where you're removing, consolidating, and thinking again like Europeans who came over in the beginning. It was a reverting. And so what you realized after that was what you had to take out had to be go back in again. So that's when you made a Bill of Rights to put things back in that you took out. And the Bill of Rights is what you called it. And our instruction has always been about responsibility. So it should have been a bill of responsibility. If it was a bill of responsibility, I think we'd be in better shape today than a bill of rights. So we have to think about that. And when the peacemaker said 7 generations, that's an instruction of accountability and responsibility. 7 generations. Don't think about yourself. So in our nation today, we're the last standing nation in North America that's still in charge of land, last traditional outfit. There's no others. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is in every other Indian nation in the country except ours. And they've invaded also into the Senecas and the Mohawks as well. Onondagas, no. Tuscarora, no. Tonawanda Senecas, no. We're still traditional people operating under those instructions, and we have chiefs with the Mohawks, Senecas as well, Oneidas. So the principles stand: peace, equity, power of the good minds. And that's where we are again. That's where we stand. And it's doable. It's always doable. But you have to have instructions, and you have to have the values behind that, which is community. It's community.
Oren was very specific and very clear about how we can all still learn from his people.
We're at this time, and leaders have to take a long perspective. You've got to take that 7-generation perspective. Because if you take care of the future, 7 generations from now, you yourself will have peace. That's how it's going to be. If you're protecting the future, then you're protecting yourself now. And you benefit immediately by that. And so the ideas of profit and loss, that has to be adjusted and changed. Business as usual is over. It's over. You can't do what you've been doing. Just can't. It's over. Unless you change, you're just going to drive into the ground. It's not competition, it's cooperation. You're going to have to cooperate now. You can't sit down and compete. You're going to cooperate. And then you're going to have to fight for the commons, for the common good. Protect the land, because when you cut down all these trees in the rainforest and wherever you're going, you may be destroying the very medicine that you're going to need for survival. You don't know. You know just a very little of what's in there. But it's more important to cut a tree down and put money in your pocket than it is to protect the future. And until you change your direction of thinking, and you start to worrying about the commons and the common good in the future, we might have a chance. We might have a chance. It's really up to us. So your teachers are going to be indigenous people, because they have the best. They've kept on to it. I mentioned yesterday, they said, well, if the worst happens and it all comes to the final crisis, I said, there will be survivors. And who will be surviving? The survivors will be the poorest people, because they know how. They got practice in how to survive. They know how to survive on almost nothing. And who's going to go first? Going to be the wealthiest people, because they have no idea how to survive. They're living in complete dependence on everything. They couldn't take care of themselves if they had to.
Oren told a few powerful stories to illustrate his point.
I had a friend from Sweden, and he had very bad sickness, and he understood that there was a native people in Amazon that knew how to fix that. Yeah, I'm going down there, he said. I'm going to see if I can get fixed up. And he went. He left, went down there. He's a woodsman, a good one. He knew how to survive up in Sweden. He went down there. And they said, well, the people you're looking for, they live way in over there. And so we don't get along too good with them, but we know where they are and we know what they do. We'll help you get there. And he said the help they gave him was a 12-year-old boy. And he said, they went through the forest. They went through the rainforest. He said, I couldn't survive there. He said, this boy never talked to me, never said a word. He would make a fire out of, I don't know where he made the fire. He would find something to eat. I don't know where he found that. And the next day we'd be on, and we walked our way. And finally, he said, we came to the river. On the other side was the village, and the boy simply motioned with his chin, turned around and walked away. He said, I was a child in that woods. He said, that 12-year-old boy knew how to survive out of everything. I was amazed. I learned a lesson. And that's what indigenous people know. It's nature. Nothing unusual to be 12 years old and know how to survive. But you turn around now and you just look at ourselves and how ill-equipped we are to survive. We're in trouble. We're in trouble by our own hand. And we're soft-shell creatures, so we're subject to all kinds of stuff. But we're awful smart, and we're awful brilliant, and we have an intellect. And we better start using it for common good, because that's where we have to change. Now myself, I'm simply a runner. I've been running for the nation, I've been running for the chiefs, I've been running for the people. I'm not intelligent, I don't say I'm intelligent enough to know what I'm talking about. But I don't know a lot. But I know a lot of people who do know a lot. And those kinds of people we have to protect. And we have to learn from them. And they're the very people who are suffering the most right now. So our future is in our hands, and we're able to handle it, and we can. We can if we work together. It's as simple as that. Some 7 billion people here looking at a very dire situation. If you have children and grandchildren, you have tremendous responsibility. And it's not only the children, but it's the deer that run. It's the animals here. You know, we had our friend the beetle here. He was listening. He was listening. He was just hanging around here. Hear what we're doing. And they asked me, how do you instruct people to know what you're talking about? And I said, it's simple. Simple instruction. I said, you can't negotiate with the beetle, because he's operating under a different law. He's operating under the law that we are, but we don't understand that. You can't negotiate with a beetle. That's nature. You don't negotiate with nature. There's no bailout. You are what you are, and so here we are. So collectively, as a human species, we have a responsibility to look out for ourselves. And we can only do that by listening to what the peacemaker said, equity, justice for everybody. When you begin doing that, then you begin real survival. But if you don't do that, I'm a victim of your own hand. Nobody to blame but ourselves. So it's all in the offing. It's not settled yet, but we sure are pushing it.
As Oren tells it, the different values held by Christians on the one hand and America's first people on the other posed a grave challenge from first contact until today.
Religion has been our biggest problem, you know. It was the Pope who made that statement in 1493, if there are no Christian nations in this new land that you have discovered, I declare those lands to be empty, open for colonization by Christian nations. Christian nations, very explicit. Further, if there are people there and they are not Christians, they do not have a right of title to land. Disenfranchised the whole Western Hemisphere with one statement. We had no idea he said that. We had no idea. And it prevails today. Cheryl versus Oneida Indian Nation, 2005, first notation, Doctrine of Discovery. First notation. That's 1493. Doctrine of Discovery. It's still calling us non-Christians, non-title. So what has to change, obviously, is that kind of understanding. So Christianity has been a problem. Reading the early history of the hegemony of the Roman Empire and how they took over everywhere. They were everywhere, Africa included. And the most powerful state was the Vatican in those days. And this was supposed to be Christian law. Going back to the origins of Christian, and which was the leadership of Jesus, from what I've ever read, he's never said anything about capital. And as a matter of fact, what I remember is he threw some people out of the temple for selling in the temple. His instruction was, don't do that. That's what I remember. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't, I'm not a student of the Bible either, but those kinds of things are pretty common usage. And then they try to kill him. In fact, they did, I guess. And that was killing a teacher, because you don't want to hear what they're saying. And that's the nature, I guess, that we're always instructed against, and why the peacemaker said to us, put aside your weapons of war. Cast your weapons of war into this hole, and I'll give you the plant, the tobacco plant. That's your strength. I mean, the teachers have always been killed. One of the greatest teachers of peace is Gandhi. He was killed. Another great teacher in his own way, very well, John Lennon. He was killed. Great black leader. He was killed. They don't want to hear it, do they? They don't want to hear it. They don't want to be disciplined. They don't want to be instructed. And that's always been the battle. We were told long ago that you have a spiritual center. In the center of us is a spiritual center. We stay balanced. Stay in the balance. Don't get too far over here. Don't get too far over here. Try to stay there in the middle. And we were told that on any given day, because of that balance, we can be the worst enemy of creation there ever was. And any given day. And some days we are. Some days we just are. But we don't have to stay there. We have to find that balance. And that's our instruction. Stay in the center. Stay in the balance. You need this, you need that. Stay in the middle. So that spiritual center is what we're always our guide, and it's what we're always looking for. And it's always a challenge because we have options. We can do this or we can do that. On a personal basis, we probably go through it 10 times a day, at the least, every day.
Just as Oren uses his people's stories to teach, he also finds meaning in settler colonial stories, and he interprets those stories from a unique perspective, including a famous American tale written in 1900.
Everybody just loves The Wizard of Oz, but the man who wrote that just lived 20 miles away from Onondaga. He didn't like Indians. He called us pets of the government. And he wrote The Wizard of Oz. And that was a story that was written for somebody who was running for president. That's what that whole thing is about, and all the symbolism in it. There were symbols. The farmer, the scarecrow represented a farmer, and have no brains. And that's what they're saying at the time. Farmer doesn't have brains enough to take care of himself. Well, where do we go? We go to Oz. He knows. Well, where's Oz? Well, follow the yellow brick road. What's the yellow brick? Gold. Follow the yellow brick road. That was a big discussion back there. Shall we have the gold standard or shall we go, with the greenbacks? The Emerald City of Oz. Well, it wasn't emerald. You had to have green glasses. When you got to Oz, you put on green glasses. Then the city was green. They're talking about paper, and they're talking about gold standard. It was an interesting story, and when you start reading it. And what about the woodsman? They found him out there, the tin man, he was laying all over, he had an axe. That's what he was. He was labor, no heart. He needed a heart, remember? And the cowardly lion, he needed courage. And that was going to be the president who was saying, no, you don't have to have courage is there. That's the style of politics in those times. There was no television, there was no radio. They used stories. And so the fiercest of them all was the Wicked Witch of the West. And who was that? And that's your key. And who was helping the Wicked Witch of the West? Flying monkeys, and who were they? Well, I'll answer. The Wicked Witch of the West was nature, subdued by water, if you remember. And what they wanted to do was dig a canal all the way to Kansas. And that's why they were in Kansas. A story about Kansas. All of that, all symbolic. And who were the flying monkeys? Who were the pets of the government? Indians. And turned out that they were friendly at the end. And so Dorothy, who represented the American people, said, come with me and come back. And they said, no, we can't go past the river, which was the Mississippi. And they had shipped all the Indians on the other side of the Mississippi. That's your Wizard of Oz. So who was the enemy? Mother Nature. And until you change your enemy and realize that's not your enemy, that's your mother, you might have a chance. Just might.
Even though he outlined some dire problems and difficult challenges, Oren also offered a path forward for those who want to change things.
In all my travels around the world, and many of the people I've met many, many friends, very sincere people, good friends. Some of the most honest people I've ever met is in New York City, when I worked in New York City for 10 years. Guy from Brooklyn. Could bet your life on him. Honest, straightforward. They're everywhere. I mean, people have a common good about them. And that's what I find. And everywhere you go in the world, we're not very far apart, actually. People are people. And we have fundamental values that are pretty much the same, starting with the family. It's a manipulation of governments and corporations that have changed all that. But generally speaking, people are very, very close, actually. We're family, and we can change blood. We have a type B, type A. We all have the same blood, whether you're black or white or yellow or red or whatever, which means you're the same. You're a brother and sister, family. And so our thinking and our structures and our values, fairly much the same. I think where we really went off on a tangent was when we gave away those safeguards that prevent us from keeping the balance within ourselves. When we allowed, as was said in some movie, greed is good. When you allowed that idea to germinate and flower, that's where our problem all began. But history is very similar. Nations of fighting and war, terrible wars of the Romans and Roman empires, where they would bring back heads of people or the testicles of men in a big pile. This was a style of life. When I visited Europe, everywhere I went, there was a castle. In the castle, There were armaments on the wall. I looked at those armaments, battlements, battle armor. I looked at shields and big creases in them. I looked at swords and chips and axes. They were well-used tools of war, and they were everywhere. And when you go and visit these places, Switzerland, big pictures on the wall of great wars. That was the nature that you allowed to, what you try to control and keep in control. When you give it access and you give it a righteousness, then you lose, the humanity. So what the peacemaker said was peace. Peace. Fight for it. Peace is not passive. Peace is tremendous work because it's kind of a light, the oppressiveness of something dark and powerful. You lose. You can't stand still. You have to push against it. Peace requires constant work. You can just get beat by the oppressiveness of the dark side of us. It's just easy to sleep in the morning rather than get up with the sun. It takes effort to do that. It takes training. But if you get up with the sun, you got a whole day. If you sleep till noon, you've lost it. But you can. People do. And that's it, every day.
Referring to the meeting where we had just honored the life of Hopi elder Thomas Banyakya, who was a member of the Coyote clan, Oren pointed out that people need allies, need community, need to gather together to do the hard work of healing ourselves and protecting the earth.
It's always a renewal, a spiritual renewal when we meet together. We gain a lot from just seeing that our brother is still alive and that the women are holding up good, and it's a family. We have a big family. Like I'm a wolf, that's my clan. And down here they have a coyote clan. That's my clan because they're related. So our relationship pops right over national boundaries, if you would want to look at it that way. So a wolf is a wolf is a wolf. And of course, my brother that runs in the woods, he's my family. That was no small thing to take on that responsibility of family. So as I say, when you look at all the clans that the people have here, the Wind Clan, Water Clan, it's just great to hear how many clans they have. But that's all relationship. It's relationship with nature and make sure we pull ourselves close together. And all our ceremonies are a relationship. And like I say, they hear us, they understand it. We speak the same language. And you could do that too. You try hard enough, you could do that. But it takes to be true. They know the difference. In the snake dance, when they have a snake dance, those guys start working in January to dance in August. They have to start cleansing. So they're going through purification, all those times. And then they come down to the kiva and they dumped all those snakes that they picked up from all the 4 directions. And they're all over the floor. Some are real poisonous snakes, coral snakes, rattlesnakes, vipers. They're all there. They're family. And they dance. And they're down there for, I think, 6 days singing, working with them, bringing rain. That's what they're doing. They're working together to bring rain. That's what that snake dance is a rain dance. They need it here. So they work collectively. And finally, on the last day, they will come up to the plaza and they will dance for the people. But they've been down there all this time. So who will dance for the people? And that's the one that can pick that snake up. Because now they've been down there for 6 days, now they're going up. So now they're going to put the snakes in a bag and take them upstairs, and they're going to put them in a plaza and dance with them. And if you're not pure enough, if you haven't purified yourself enough, the snake won't let you pick him up. So there are people down there that's not up there and dancing because they didn't work hard. So the ones that are up there, they're the ones that the snake agrees. Agrees. I trust you. So that's the relationship. So now you bring the rain. So when people come to this snake dance, they come with umbrellas. They know it's going to rain. And you can see it on a clear sky like this. When they start, a little puff here and a little puff there, a little puff there, and the convergence. And by the time they're getting come up here, there's lightning flying. They bring rain. And we all have those kind of dances, and we all have those kind of relationship. So it's a working relationship with everything for the common good, always for the common good. I guess that's what we gain when we come together, because we don't have to exchange a lot. We just renew our spiritual relationship. So when we did the traditional circle of Indian elders and youth, that was to remind people that you can keep your language. You can't speak to them in English. Have your own language and so forth. So it is a very powerful renewal for us, spiritual renewal. We try our best to stay away from politics. Try not to get into politics. Just let's do our pipes, let's do our ceremonies, let's renew ourselves spiritual. And then we get a good breath, and then we're gone again for the year. And if we're lucky, then we travel and we meet each other all over the place. But the young man, I don't say how young he is, that was in our circle yesterday from Peru, he was very, very happy there. He didn't have to understand his language, but we're all very common. He shared with us quite a bit. He was going to have big stories when he goes home. But they're like that all over. We recognize each other immediately. I don't care where. We know. It's a spiritual experience, I guess, that is good for everybody.
When I interviewed Oren, we had just spent 3 days in ceremony, led by a new generation. Oren said he was encouraged by the way the young practitioners handled themselves, and he also helped me understand the larger significance of ceremony.
I think that the peace that we experience with all of this is worth all that effort. I mean, we have an amazing ability to get the best out of whatever's there. We always try to see the best, and just seeing these people and knowing that they're still there, it's a good renewal. So we meet like that, and we know that all these ceremonies, there are a lot of ceremonies going on all around the world, and they're going on all the time, and they're pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. So this is our work at this particular time in the whole creation, in the spectrum of life. This is where we're at, this is where you're at, this is where these two men are at here, who's traveling all over and trying to add to the good of it, And that's all you can do, and I think that's the best you can do. And I think it's always by conduct that you lead. That's how you lead. People see what you do, and that's what they do. Not what you say, it's what you do. Your kids learn that right off the bat. And people are all the same. They watch what you do. So you lead by experience, and you lead by example. Try to do your best. And as long as you're doing that, the people will help you. They're very tolerant. They let you do a lot of things that they know in the end it's worth it all. So as long as you stay true to the mission of the earth and the people, they'll support you. And the minute you don't, they won't. So always get the best out of the day. That's my philosophy. One day at a time. It's a good day so far.
That was a good day for me as well. In 2016, I got to share another good day with Orin at the State University of New York in Syracuse. Donald Trump had just been elected president. I was on my way to the showdown at Standing Rock, and the Potawatomi biologist and writer, Professor Robin Kimmerer, hosted a screening of Standing on Sacred Ground. Orin and I spoke after the film, and he had some encouraging words on how we could face an uncertain future under the presidency of Donald Trump.
I think that this country needed to wake up, and probably needed a shock like this to wake itself up, to understand how far away they have drifted. The number one rule for indigenous people outside of respect is to share. You gotta share, gotta work together. That's the basic rule. Once you do that, then you have a community. And you also have to understand, your relationship to the earth. You really have to understand the power and the authority. Nature. Nature's the boss, always been the boss. You have to submit the arrogance of humanity to the reality. Because if you don't, you just flat out lose, that's all. It's not complex, it's just hard. But the main thing is you don't quit. I mean, we wouldn't have been here a long time ago if our folks quit. We wouldn't be here. Talk about 7 generations, how would we talk about? 7 generations ago, there were leaders that saw to it that we were able to be sitting right here, right now. You got to respect that. Got to understand that. Those are values, long-term values, 7 generations. That means you don't worry about yourself and you don't worry about what's going to happen to you. You worry about what's going to happen to your children. You don't worry about what's going to happen to the future. That's what you worry about. That's being adult. That's being grown up. What grown-up people are supposed to do if you want to survive.
I will forever be grateful to Oren Lyons for this guidance, to remember that nature is the boss, and to never stop building community for the common good, with the next 7 generations always in mind. Tune into the next episode of Sacred Land Speaks for my interview with the late Barry Lopez, the award-winning author who, along with Oren Lyons and Winona LaDuke, was one of the big thinkers in our Standing on Sacred Ground series. Barry was a good friend for decades, as we were both outsiders trying to be good allies to Indigenous communities and messengers working to communicate alternative values to our industrial society. If you like what you've heard, please rate and subscribe to Sacred Land Speaks on your favorite podcast app. You can also visit sacredland.org to learn more about our films, resources, and suggested actions you can take to protect sacred places. This episode was produced and written by Callie, Shanafelt, Wong, and Toby McLeod. Our film interview with Oren was recorded by Andy Black and Dave Wendlinger, along with co-producer Jessica Abbe. Our theme music was composed and performed by Stefan Smith and Charles Johnson. Sacred Land Speaks is brought to you by the Sacred Land Film Project of Earth Island Institute, based in the Lejeune Ohlone territory of Huchiun, otherwise known as Berkeley, California. Thanks for joining us.
To learn, you have to have teachers. And who's your teacher? And the teacher's nature, the earth. You learn. And you learn how to get along. You learn how to be respectful.
Welcome to Sacred Land Speaks, where we dig into the audio archives of the Sacred Land Film Project and revisit the interview clips we left on the cutting room floor over 40 years of filmmaking. I'm your host, Toby McLeod. Today we hear from Onondaga faithkeeper Oren Lyons, who we interviewed in 2011 for our 4-part series, Standing on Sacred Ground. I first met Oren Lyons back in 1980 when I was an intern at Mother Jones magazine. I was handling the logistics for a conference on the dangers of technology. I remember walking through the Mills College Library in Oakland with Anishinaabe activist Winona LaDuke, who was then just 20 years old, and seeing the writer Barry Lopez and Native American leader Oren Lyons sitting in 2 leather chairs as they talked late into the night. We served them tea. Oren Lyons was much like the Hopi elders I was just getting to know, quiet, imposing, thoughtful, and intimidating. I kept my distance, and many years would pass before I really got to know him. 20 years later, when we were working on our Standing on Sacred Ground series, I knew that Oren could help us frame the significance of sacred places and infuse the films with indigenous knowledge. He agreed to be interviewed, and we sat down in Monument Valley in 2011, after we had both attended a memorial gathering for Hopi elder Thomas Banyakya in northern Arizona. We set up near a highway and apparently under a jet path. Throughout the interview, Oren shared his life lessons and insights through long stories that we could never include in their entirety in the film. Today, we're finally able to share some of those stories with you. Now in his 90s, Oren Lyons is a chief, a faithkeeper, and a longtime messenger for his people. In his youth, he was an exceptional lacrosse player at Syracuse University in upstate New York. When he graduated as a young artist and athlete, Oren went home and received an altogether different type of education.
We were having a big celebration at Onondaga because our family was happy. My uncle said to me, he was sitting on the Council of Chiefs at that time, and he said, well, let's go fishing. And I said, that's a good idea. Yeah, because I knew he's a good fisherman. He knew where everything was. And so we went fishing. And he took me out on this lake. We're going to fish for bass. So I was very happy to be sitting there in the boat. And they had the motor, small motor, 15 horse. And we went out and anchored by a bluff. A lot of bass there. We got our lines out and we were sitting there, and he said, well, you just graduated from university. Yeah, I said, I did. That's good, he said. You know, it's been a long time since we had anybody do that. What'd you learn? Oh, I said, I took painting. I learned a lot about painting. That's good instruction, helped me out. That's good, he said. What else you learn? I said, I learned about people. We're pretty much brought up at Onondaga. And I said, different kinds of people. They think different. Yeah, I said, that's very true. He said, what else? I said, well, we had a good coach. Coach Simmons, good lacrosse coach. Nice man. Yeah, he says, I know Coach Simmons, a good man. Very nice man, he said. He was sitting there. Then you must know who you are, he said. And I said, yeah, I think so. So we're just quiet for a while, and he says, can you tell me who you are? And I began to understand that I was sitting on one end of the boat, and he was on the other end of the boat by the motor, and I was kind of captured there. Well, I said, I'm Joey Quisson. He said, it's an old name, he said. It's an old name. Yeah, I said, I have that name. And I went on through my name, Oren Lyons, my mother's name, my father's name, their clans. My father was an eel, my mother was a wolf. And we go by the mother's side, so Wolf Clan, yeah. Then he would say, and that's it, huh? That's it. That's who you are. And I realized, that I was being really cornered here. He was pressing me. And I went on to everything that I could possibly think of. And every time I would finish, he would say, that's it, huh? And I said, well, that's all I know. All right. Need help? I said, yeah. Yeah, apparently I need help. All right, he said, let me help you. And on the bluff, there was a young pine growing off the bluff, gripped right into the rock. He said, you see that young tree? I said, yeah. He said, well, that's who you are. You're the same as that tree. You see how it's holding on to the earth? That's how you are. He said, we're dependent. We're rooted on the earth. We're part of the earth. We're the same as that tree. He says, you're the same. You're the same as that tree. You need water. You need light. You're dependent. Without the earth, you wouldn't be here. He said, that's why we say, our mother. He says, because it's your mother. You're total dependent. I said, I see that. I understand that. Oh, he said, watch your line. You got a bite. And we caught a lot of fish that day. He didn't ask me any other question. But when we got home, I thought about this. I said, he planned that whole thing from when he said, let's go fishing. Because he could see that I was arrogant in my position of who I was and feeling pretty good about myself and feeling pretty feisty, whatever all you want to say. And he could see I needed some instruction. As time went on, the more I would think about it, the more I realized that he was concerned I was going to be going off in the wrong direction. I really needed help. So after 4 years of university, I learned more on that boat, a couple hours, and instructed by a man who never went beyond the 5th grade, knew a lot more than I did. And so it gave me a base of reflection. He gave me a lot that day. Once in a while, I'll use that story when I'm talking to young people because they need the same instruction. And I would say probably the whole of America needs that same instruction because they don't know who they are. And that's what's sad about this whole thing, what's happening today in people, is they're missing a whole lot just by not knowing that. They're missing most of it, actually. The relationship, then, basically is what we're really are part of and have to understand.
It's now clear to many of us in the non-Indigenous world that we miss so much without that relationship. I know I've struggled to understand how to live in true affinity with the earth, to realize, as Oren's uncle pointed out, that we're the same as the trees, related as kin, not separate from other life forms or from the earth. Oren helped me understand how earth-based native cultures nurture this sense of relationship.
As you meet different people and become acquainted with your family, you begin to understand how deep their understanding about life is. They're very common people and very, what we would call just the average person. They have a lot of comprehension and understanding, and it's based in the culture and in how you live. And you learn about this stuff without understanding you're learning. You kind of absorb it. But in that process of how you live and where you live and how you learn that, that's, I guess, what people call culture. And so important to have that kind of a support system. And everyone, I believe, should every once in a while stop whatever they're doing and ask themselves that question, now, who am I? Because people change, and you change without knowing it. And you'd be surprised when you ask that question. Find out you'll be drifting quite a ways away from what you thought, you know. It's important for people to know who they are. That's a fundamental question. In today's times when there are 7 billion people in the world, half of them are children with no teachers, serious question. Nobody instructing. That's not a good idea, and that's not good for anybody, not good for the person, not good for the humanity itself, and not good for the earth itself, because if they don't know who they are, then they can become very, very destructive without even understanding that. So I think probably the statement that's most important here is to understand how closely we're related to the earth, and that we're part of the earth, and we're part of nature. Nature is us, basically, you know, and they always talk about environment, something like over there, or it's a category or something. No, we're in the middle of it, we're part of it, and we affect it, and we survive in it, and we are part of the earth. Now, as people understand that, that'd be very helpful, because they'd be more careful about things. And so the question of recognizing where we are and who we are and why we call the earth our mother is simple, because you have respect. Everybody respects the mother. And so when we personify the sun, call our eldest brother, or the thunder, the lightning, we call our grandfathers, or the winds, we call our grandfathers, it's a personification that can draw you closer. That's what it's all about. We know our grandfathers, we know our uncles, we know, but we want to be close, and we want to be closer and closer. That's why we say, I'm a wolf. That's our family, a wolf. And so it helps us to relate. And I would say that's probably the biggest loss that I see in humanity now, is this loss of understanding of relationship. They don't understand their relationship.
Oren teaches lessons through the stories of his own life experiences, but also through the stories of his people. One of the most important stories for the Haudenosaunee is that of the peacemaker, the one who brought peace to the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca after they had been warring against each other for many years.
When we became a confederation some 1,000 years ago more, and the peacemaker brought us all together in this whole confederation based on peace and based on equity and justice and based on the power of the good minds and to be united. He planted a symbol for us, a great tree of peace, a great white pine. And he said this white pine would have 4 roots of truth, white roots of peace that go in the 4 cardinal directions of the earth. And he said, and when people are lost, they have no place to go, they can follow that root back to its source and come under the protection of the great tree, the great law of peace. And he said to our leaders and our people at that time, he said, this tree represents the spiritual laws of nature. It represents the universal laws. And he said, never challenge those laws, because you will not prevail. That was instructions directly to our leaders and to our people, and they resonate today. And when we raise leaders, those same instructions are given again and again. And so to recognize who we are and where we are is fundamentally important for survival, because nature has no mercy. There's no mercy in nature. It's just the rules in the law. And if you don't know and understand those rules in law, then you will suffer the consequence. And so what's happened now that we see is our brothers have drifted so far away, they have no connection to those laws. They have no respect for those laws. They don't understand those laws. And the consequence of that is they violate them. And the consequence of that is they suffer in direct ratio. And so in today's times, we're facing severe crisis based upon, one, too many people, an out of balance side of the creation, and two, the law of nature, the consequence of that out of balance. I don't know what it takes to educate people. Perhaps this kind of a session where we just flat exchange ideas and thoughts directly, maybe that's the best way, but it's always been with us, the experience and actually living the process, which is fundamentally the best way to learn. And to learn, you have to have teachers. And who's your teacher? And the teacher is nature, the earth. You learn, and you learn how to get along. You learn how to be respectful. So, from what I see and from what I know in my travels is the indigenous people have about the best understanding of this. But not the only ones. I've met people, different parts of the world understand that. They're not indigenous, they're old people, been around a long time. I find in Europe they're very, very strong about that. And then even here, I can remember, speaking to some old farmers. They understand quite a bit about that because they work with it every day. They live with it. They have to. They have to understand it because they're part of it and they live with it. So there's plenty of people that have this knowledge and have this understanding, but basically they're not in charge. And that's our problem that I see today, that everything today is based on economy, they call economy. And that's so far out of balance and out of whack that we're just challenging every law there is out there right now. And the consequence of that is what we're facing. There's no mercy in nature at all. So if you transgress, you suffer in direct ratio to your transgression. Simple as that.
But while facing today's challenges, Oren still finds guidance and hope in the peacemaker story.
When the peacemaker first brought our 5 nations together who had forgotten their original instructions, fighting terrible times, and he finally got them all together by Onondaga Lake. They sat by that beautiful lake up there, we're still there, and he gave us our instructions, gave us everything all at once. And he said, when you sit in your council for the welfare of the people, think not of yourself, nor of your family, nor even your generation. He said, make your decision on behalf of those generations coming. Those faces looking up from the earth, layer upon layer, coming. That's your responsibility, so that when they come, they'll have a place as good as yours and they'll enjoy life as you're enjoying it now. When the peacemaker brought us together, he instructed us. And when we raise leaders, that same instruction comes forward again. A lot of instruction talked about the 7th generation. That's just one of them. He said, you who are going to be leaders, he says, you're going to have skin that's 7 spans thick, 7 spans of my hand thick. He says, like the bark of a tree, to protect you from the insults which you're going to receive from the people. And you have to absorb that. And you can't respond in kind. You have to listen to what they're saying. He says, they may be angry, but there's a message there. and you have to find out what that is. So you have to have a lot of tolerance for what's coming to your direction. Prepare yourself. And he said, don't wait around for any thanks because they're not going to give it to you. But you do what you have to do. And that's your position. And your work is to look out for the welfare. He said, into your hands, we're going to put all life. We're placing all life in your hands. And that's a very broad statement. And that's why I'm not out of place being over here. Because this is part of my responsibility here as well as anywhere. And so that's the way we look at it. And he said, there will be these times coming. And you have to maintain these elements that I'm going to give you for your confederation. The first one being peace. Peace. When we greet one another, we say, Nyawaha Scano. Scano is peace. Nyawaha, thank you. And it's the same for health, Scano. Same word. So we're saying, thank you for being healthy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being peaceful. Nyawaha Scano. Kwasha Dogus, we say. What you say is true. Yes. Kwasha Dogus. It's true. And so that's our greeting. So peace and health. Can't have peace without health. And he said the second is going to be equity. Equity, not only for the people, but equity for life. Everything in balance, to be fair to everything. Equity. And with equity comes justice. You can't have justice without equity. The third one, he said, was the power of the good minds, to be of one mind. So you work for peace, to be unified. Unity is your strength. And so we have to become unified. So those instructions are basis for the Haudenosaunee, called the Six Nation Iroquois. That's our long-term fundamental process. And he planted the great tree of peace as a symbol. And it's always about peace, and it's always about equity, and it's always about respect, and it's always about nature. And that's where we have to go, and we have to do this. We have to do this collectively. It can't be done by one section. So who are the teachers? The teachers who know that the best are indigenous people. I don't care where you go, they'll tell you the same thing. I hear it all over. It's just natural. We know the same thing. And when we hear people praying in one language, we don't have to understand what they're saying. We know what they're saying. We say the same thing. So we have to bring the rest of the world into that context. They have to understand their relationship and their responsibilities. But what we're saying at that time was to be unified and to work collectively for the good of the people, for the good of the commons. And somehow that's been perverted into individual. Somehow or other the commons succumb to the individual rights, and that's not right, and that don't work. And the result of it is what we see right now.
My work for the last 4 decades is centered on telling stories of indigenous people defending their sacred lands. I asked Orin about what should be done to better protect sacred places, those specific, special sites that anchor entire cultures. But he immediately critiqued my premise.
In fact, the whole earth is sacred. It's your mother altogether, and I don't care where you are. There's no place that's not special. There's no place that's not to be respected. I don't care where you are. And we use the word sacred now. That's not an Indian word. That comes from Europe, comes from your churches. We have our own ways, and we have our own way to say things. But it means the same. It means it's a place that people gather. And Onondaga Lake would be one of them for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is that's where the great tree of peace is planted. Still there. Kanaktagoyio, they say, where the root is. The root. Still there. Even though there's a city around it, even though there's boats all over it, it's still the same. And we'll go there quietly. And so, special places, special time, where the peacemaker gave us all of that on those shores, that becomes a special place, Onondaga. And in today's times and in today's context, where it's the most polluted lake maybe in the world, because of the amount of mercury it has in it. It's amazing, that can happen. I remember as a young man, we used to fish. Whitefish are good food. We used to spear, catch whitefish, and they would come out that lake. And then later on, I find out it was a whitefish center in the east. There's none there now. They're gone because of the pollution. And now, where do you go when there's no place to go? So now the fish that are loaded up with bad things, and they have a place to go, because that's where they live. And it's the same thing as living in Los Angeles when all of that smog comes down. You have no place to go. It's there. You're stuck with it. You breathe it. Fish are the same way. The animals the same way. Where are you going to run? We're so lucky today. We're sitting right here in a place where the air is clean. You can smell it. It's clean. It's still clean here, but that's because all these mountains and everything helping out here. They're working together. But now the whole earth is being covered with smoke. And we were told that long ago. This is going to happen. And it's happening now. And so sacred is a good word. Can be used for a lot of good things. And the way we use it is probably means a place to be respected, a place to be careful.
I pressed Oren to go deeper into this paradox. All of the earth is sacred, but there are some special sites. And he explained how indigenous communities take care of culturally significant places.
There's no place that should not be respected. But there are some special places, very special places. They're there for a reason, been there for a long time. And people still go there, they still gather. Not only people, but animals too. They have their own special places they gather. They know. And it is special. It requires certain kind of attention. It's for the good of everything and the good of everybody. And that's what people have to understand about these ceremonies and everything. When we hold our strawberry ceremony, we're not just talking about for Onondaga strawberries. We're talking about all the earth. We're talking about for everybody. So the ceremony is for everybody. You don't have to be there. You just be grateful that it's going on, that we're keeping it up. That's what's important, that it takes place. And sometimes you can be there and most of the time you can't, but be grateful that somebody's looking after that spiritual side of things. That's what's the real world, actually, the spiritual side of it. You can't see, but it's probably the most real of all. And here we are, we're lucky, fortunate to be where we are. So what we've done and what's happening is we've lost the balance on the earth very well. We've done a good job at it. In our meeting that we had yesterday, I talked to people about 1950 when there were 2.5 billion people in the world and how long it took to get to that 2.5 billion. It took millions of years. And then up to today, there's 7 billion people in the world today, 61 years later. More than double. That's not sustainable. We're way out of balance. And that's a natural event. That's nature. Procreation is nature. That's what we do best. And that's what people know how to do the best, and they like it. You're not going to change that. And so we got all these people. And in another 10 years, you're going to have another billion. That's people who are going to have water, food, and a place to live. And we're losing water and food. We're going the other way with that. Less water, less food, smaller place to live. So you're coming to a crisis of our own making. And what we've done by having so many people is we've affected the big systems that we live under, the rules of law of nature. And we've changed that just by being so many and being so disruptive and by polluting everything. Human beings are very parasitic. They take a lot and don't put much back. The Earth doesn't need us. Doesn't need us at all. But we need the Earth. So we can't come to that understanding, it seems. We've affected the systems to the point of melting the ice in the north. And we've pulled the trigger on change. And the trigger's pulled, and it's happening. And it will just continue to get worse. So we have to prepare ourselves. As one old chief said a long time ago, Seattle, come up from the northwest, he said, there's going to come a time, he says, when people are going to cease living and begin surviving. And it's going to get worse from there. We're just pushing it. And there's going to be no place to hide. When these things begin to happen, it's all going to be very democratic. Very democratic. No place to run. So we have a little time.
Oren Lyons has been paying close attention to the climate catastrophe for many years, and he offers a way forward. What we should do with the little time we have left to try to turn things around.
The ice is melting. It's melting in the north. It's melting pretty fast. I was in Sweden around 2000. Just happened to be watching television there. And there was a statement that came over the television which really made me blink. The University of Bergen said that the currents of the earth, the Gulf Stream, was slowing down. And that if it continued to slow down at the pace it was slowing down now, that it could conceivably stop within the next 15 years. That was 2000. Here we are, 2011. They're talking 4 years from now. And what happens? So I called some of my friends in Sweden. I said, check that out. And they did. 15 minutes later, they said, yep, that's the report, came back. So I said, well, what's it mean? They said, well, the current affects the winds. The current affects everything. That's what keeps things in balance while it's slowing down. I said, what will happen if it stopped altogether? They said, ice. Have an ice age. I said, well, they said 15 years. So I've been watching that. I've been thinking about that. And so we talked with the Inupiat, the Inuit people from Greenland. They said, yes, the ice is melting and it's going to go all. Nothing going to stop it. They said the white bear is mating with the brown bear now, trying to adjust. Things are out of kilter, out of whack, all over. And if you want to experience that, go up to the Arctic and you'll see where the damage is taking place right now. And we're kind of insulated from that way down here, but it's going to get here. And they're very angry up there, the native people. I said, we keep hearing about saving the white bear. They said, what about us? We're here too. We've been here. But it's coming. And we pull the trigger, and how it happens and how it can be mitigated is up to us right now. We're in charge of our own fate. Totally, completely in charge of our own fate. And what happens to us, it'll be determined by us. We're in charge.
So if we are in charge, what can we do?
Well, they can't fly off to another planet, I know that. You know, we hear that kind of nonsensical talk. If anybody goes off to another planet, it'll be the most wealthiest people in the world. And that's what they do. But no, you're not going to run from that. No, we're going to have to work together. We're going to have to sit down. A global problem requires a global solution. So one country can't do something great and another country doesn't. They have to work collectively together. And nature's going to force that. But the question remains, will it be soon enough to mitigate? It's going to play out, so Some of my scientific friends say we might escape the ice. We might. We're not sure. We just don't know. But we know it's happening. The two main, what I see as compound actions going on right now is the ice melting. It's a compound action, which means it's exponential in nature. It's explosive. Starts slow and ends fast. So the acceleration is what you're going to be experiencing. Going to get faster and faster. And I notice, I've been watching this closely, and it's just ironic every time I read it. Some headline says, by scientists, it's happening faster than we thought. You see it all over now, and it's going to get more and more. So the compounding of the ice melting is slowing down the current. The current slowed down. It allows the water in the Caribbean to heat up. That water heating up is going to give you bigger winds. Those bigger winds are what's going to whack you very hard, and you're seeing it right now. I don't know how many people have been killed by tornadoes this year alone. And how many tornadoes in one day? Unheard of in one day. And yet people seem not even to acknowledge it. You take the obfuscation of truth that's going on in media today. That's part of all of this business, why people are not responding, because they're being lied to. They're being misled deliberately for profit. That's where the problem lies. It lies in industrial life. It doesn't lie in the natural world or indigenous world. The problem is here. And since the United States has the biggest carbon footprint in the world, 1/4 of the carbon of the world coming from the United States and our activities, China's nowhere near the carbon footprint we put out, but they're moving in that direction. So that compound action is going to change everything and change the weather. The weather's changing now. It's systemic change. I mean, the weather is just a symptom of it, but it's a systems change. And so we've affected the patterns of the earth, and we're going to suffer that consequence. The other compound is human population. We're forcing the rest of the world to accommodate to us. So now you can count the gorillas. It's just a small family up there trying to hold on. Peaceful. They're peaceful, these gorillas. Peaceful people. And there's very few left. They're fighting hard for survival. Elephants the same way. Got them pinched into a small place. Now they're out there in everybody's garden, so they're shooting them down. And you got this chaos coming. And so now the ice is melting. The white bear can't get the seal. The seal's standing out there 20 feet away in open water. He's not going to catch him. So he's starving. He's starving, and the seal is growing. So now the seal's eating all the fish. Fishing that we're depending on, and we're eating all the fish. We've broken the cod. You know, they named it Cape Cod. Why do you think they named it Cape Cod? The most cod in the world. Well, not anymore. We did that. The herring are gone. It's all going. And then population is growing. So what are they going to eat? And where are they going to go? Less than 2% of the water in the earth is you can drink. That's what we're facing. We're facing serious calamity. But I think, you know, the earth doesn't allow this to happen. Since it's for nature, the earth takes care of these excess populations all the time. The lemmings, they go and run off into the sea. They just disappear. They just kill each other. And then here's the rabbits. And every 4 years, a disease comes, wipes them out, and there are just a few left. And 4 years later, there they are all over the place again, and they're gone again. We're in the same category. So the first wave that's going to take us is going to be a pandemic. That's nature's way of taking care of overpopulation. And any scientist that deals in pathology will tell you we're just a half a step away from that right now. We had a little scare with SARS. Closed down Hong Kong, closed down Toronto, closed down New York, closed down cities. That was just a little bit. Can you imagine the real one? Yeah, that's where we are.
Listening back to this now, I'm amazed that in 2011, Oren foresaw the devastation of the COVID pandemic. He says the only way to heal the chaos humans have created is to share, to live with respect, and to embrace responsibility.
Well, land is the earth. Land is our mother. The earth is the source of life. It's a source of life. It's alive. The earth is alive. No doubt about it. It's alive. And so we're so dependent. And so how's the best way to do that is to respect and understand. And that's where we've lost our way. I think as a human species, we've lost the understanding and therefore lost the respect. But pockets of indigenous people have hung on to that. We're truly an endangered species. You know, they've been trying to instruct Indians to be capitalists ever since they got here. And they keep failing all the time because we don't value what you value. We give it away, you know. They say, you people never amount to anything. You just keep giving that stuff away, you know. And we work on that. You know, the Lakotas are great at that. They have what they call giveaways, you know. And the people out there in the Northwest, they have these potlatches where they give everything away and they borrow money to give more away. Why? It's to keep the peace. It's to share. So if there is something that we have to relearn, it's the idea of sharing equally, and being responsible. That's what we have to learn. We have to learn to share.
As with so many of his points, Oren had a long story about the 1992 UN Conference on Sustainable Development, or UNCET, in Brazil, to illustrate how to share.
We were in Rio, 1992, at UNCET. Big meeting down there. 192 countries there. And the United States wasn't showing up, but the pressure was on them. When finally President Bush shows up, forced to. This world pressure forced him to show up. Well, we were there, Indians were there, and we were meeting ahead of time. We had support people coming from all over. There was this young girl, this young lady, who said to me, I want to go, and I don't have any money. And I said, we can't help. You know, we're trying ourselves to get down there. You just got to look and find somebody, you know. It was like a calling, as to me, all of the people interested in community and spirit and the land and the earth all went. They came from all over the world there. It was an amazing meeting. And sure enough, here's this girl shows up. There she is. Oh, I see you made it. Yeah, I made it. And got very disgusted with the meetings right away. And we didn't see her much around. Then we bumped into her later on, and we were eating in a restaurant. She came in, and she was collecting uneaten food. And apparently had something worked out because the people who were running the restaurant were giving her this food, uneaten food. And said, hey, what are you doing? She said, I'm feeding the kids out there, the feral kids in the street. I said, really? I'm tired up there. She said, they're just saying the same old, same old. She said, I'm trying to help these kids. She said, come with me. So I went with her. And we went in the street, and she had like 6 plastic containers of food. And I see a little head peek out around a corner under a street light and recognized her, but not me. It's afraid of me, you know. It was like a rabbit coming out, feral kid, about 6, 7 years old, the way I figure. Skinny, came out. came across looking at me all the time, you know, and she gave him the food. And you never seen such a beautiful smile. Never. He flashed a smile and took that food and he was gone. She says, watch. And down under the street light, about 8 of them, 7 or 8 children, all about the same size, came out. And they sat in a circle under that light and they took that food, one plate at a time and one bite at a time. They went around, each one taking a bite. They shared every bite equal with everybody. I said, that's the lesson. Not up there where they're talking about UNCED and all these people preaching about justice and equity. 7 kids in a circle sharing one bite. I said, that's the lesson. That little girl, young girl, was doing more towards the issue than all of that. And what did President Bush say when he got there? Didn't say much, but what he said was, the living standard of the American people is not up for discussion here, he said. That was his message. 192 people gathered around the world for common good. And what does the leader of the largest powerful nation in the world say? The living standard of the American people are not up for discussion here. And 7 kids sitting in a circle, sharing one bite at a time. That's the lesson. And that's what we have to do.
So I asked Oren, how do we get from George Bush's attitude to living like those 7 children, sharing in a circle?
Well, it's very hard, you know, because it's hard to change the American mind because it's so ingrained. John Adams, one of the founding fathers of this country, they say, he had a statement. I can only paraphrase it, but it's a good one. I have it somewhere. I believe, he said, my family has cut down more trees than any other family in this country. He's very proud of the fact. We have cut down more trees than any other family in this country. So the symbol of our brother across the water coming over here is an axe. It's a symbol of destruction. It's ingrained. I mean, that was an ethic. He was speaking an American ethic. The ethic was an axe and destruction. So you say, how do you change that? My goodness, look how ingrained it is, how difficult it is. Not to say that we shouldn't try, and I don't have the answer, but I think maybe what you're doing, you know, which is to carry the message to as many people as you can, because it's one person at a time. Every person has to make up their own mind. So your work is good. Your work is positive. And it's awareness. You have to bring these ideas and thoughts to people who don't have access to them. The American media is controlled. Anybody can tell you that. And people's consumption is controlled, and they are controlled very cleverly. I mean, any American male can tell you just about what the batting average of any major leaguer is in a country. They can tell you, write down, know the batting averages of individuals. They don't know anything about the Continental Congress or Ben Franklin or anything about the Six Nations or anything about the Lakotas or Seattle. Great leaders, Tecumseh, fighting for peace, basically fighting for peace, equity. Our leaders were always in service. That's our work, is service to the people. Best you can, as long as you can. So that's what leaders should do, at least from our perspective. So how do you do that? Well, you do that by what you're doing, is try to collect up these statements here and there. And like I say, I'm just a runner. I'm not any great wisdom carrier. I'm just carrying a lot of other people's thoughts and ideas, you know. I believe in it. That's what I do. I believe that. That's why I'm here. And that's why I will say what I say. Because I believe it. I'm getting mad, getting angry. That's what it is, because it's frustrating. Frustrating because of the control factors. How they've just really amazingly taken democracy right out of America. That's just amazing. Very deliberate and very well done. You have to admire their ability. One thing we've always understood, never underestimate your enemy. Never. That's how we survive.
Time passed after we finished the film, and I stayed in touch with Oren. After the election of Donald Trump, we found ourselves facing a new threat, one not to be underestimated. I met up with Oren again at the State University of New York in Syracuse. Trump had just been elected. I was on my way to the showdown at Standing Rock, and the Potawatomi biologist and writer, Professor Robin Kimmerer, hosted a screening of the Standing on Sacred Ground series. Oren and I appeared on stage after the film, and he had some serious words of caution, a history lesson of sorts for the students in attendance.
I'm really proud of the people that's out there at Standing Rock, because they haven't responded to what they're trying to do. They're trying to incite them to riot is exactly what they're trying to do, so that they can come in, and once a gun goes off, then all discussion is over. Then it's done. It becomes a gunfight. So holding that line and the way they're holding it is really amazing to me. Now, they've been provoking them way beyond. That bull mastiff, that dog, came over with the conquistadores. He'd been here a long time, that dog. He's hunted Indians for a long time. He's still hunting Indians. What do you think about that? That bull mastiff, very same dog. 500 years later, there he is. Amazing. You know, the last time I saw really people being sprayed with a hose intentionally in the winter was at these Nazi concentration camps. That's really, really a crime, to spray any people in the winter with water. That's where you should be talking. That's a crime. That's assault and battery. So the treaty out there, 1851, is a strong treaty. And the fact that it is violated doesn't mean it was abrogated. It was violated. It means it still stands. It hasn't been changed. When this country was just being formed, in 1784, I had a treaty with our people here, Treaty of Peace, and there was a great interference going on at that particular time. And it was coming from a Governor Clinton. He was very active. He was trying to buy land. He was trying to move people. He was causing problems. So when they made the Constitution, they put in there, in Article 6, that treaties are the supreme law of the land, notwithstanding anything else. And that was directed to Governor Clinton to not provoke the Haudenosaunee. That's where that came from. Treaties are the supreme law of the land, and you should be defending those treaties because you're the other half of it. Not the government, not Obama or Trump. You have a say. You have a right to speak up on that treaty. We made an agreement. Our treaty stands. 1751 is strong. It's up to you. You want to ask what to do? That's what you do. Behave yourself. Follow that treaty. Start talking about it. It's important. It's still there. And until they change Article 6, The Constitution, that is constitutional law. It prevails over everything else, and that governor included out there. The same governor as Clinton right here, he's the same guy, acting the same way. Want to do something? Do that. Talk to them about the treaties. That's your treaty. That's your agreement. If you allowed that to be trampled, I hate to use the term, cutting your children's throats. You're losing your nation. That's what's going on. Now we're here. We're going to be here. We ain't going nowhere.
Good words.
Tune into the next episode of Sacred Land Speaks for part 2 of my interview with Oren Lyons, where he explains the Haudenosaunee influence on the creation of the American government, shares an interpretation of the Wizard of Oz, and offers more guidance about a way out of our predicament. If you like what you've heard, please rate and subscribe to Sacred Land Speaks on your favorite podcast app. You can also visit sacredland.org to learn more about our films, resources, and suggested actions you can take to protect sacred places. This episode was produced and written by Callie, Shanafelt, Wong, and Toby McLeod. Our film interview with Oren was recorded by Andy Black and Dave Wendlinger, along with co-producer Jessica Abbe. Our theme music was composed and performed by Stefan Smith and Charles Johnson. Sacred Land Speaks is brought to you by the Sacred Land Film Project of Earth Island Institute, based in the Lejeune Ohlone territory of Huchiun, otherwise known as Berkeley, California. Thanks for joining us.
The attitude of our species is that this whole thing was created for us. It has no value except how we use it. And the basic problems in American society is a rights society, not a responsibility society. Having religious places or revolving your religion around that means that you are always in contact with the earth. You're responsible for it and to it.
Welcome to Sacred Land Speaks, where we explore the audio archives of the Sacred Land Film Project and revisit the interview clips we left on the cutting room floor over 40 years of filmmaking. I'm your host, Toby McLeod. Today we're going back to 1997 for the second part of my interview with legendary Standing Rock Sioux author and activist Vine Deloria Jr. Vine Deloria Jr.'s books, Custer Died for Your Sins and God is Red, had a big impact on me as a university student, and were largely responsible for setting me on my path as a filmmaker, telling stories of indigenous people fighting to protect sacred sites. But more importantly, his writing, teaching, and organizing forever changed our world. Vine Deloria impacted a generation of scholars and Native leaders who are continuing his work, protecting sacred landscapes, and asserting tribal sovereignty. It was one of the great honors of my life to interview him at his home for our documentary In the Light of Reverence. Vine died in 2005, and there aren't many interviews with him that are available to the public. Our conversation lasted more than 2 hours, and we only used 2 minutes of it in the film, which is astounding to me now because in those 2 short minutes, Vine became the intellectual guide for viewers as we navigated the complexities of Native American sacred sites and ceremonies. In this podcast, we're reviving the extensive analysis and history he shared. Part 1 covers his thoughts on one particular sacred site battle at Devil's Tower in Wyoming, which we portrayed in the film. But in this episode, I'd like to share more of Vine's broader philosophy. When I interviewed Vine in 1997, it was still just the beginning of the internet, email, and digital era. Smartphones weren't popular until a decade later. But Vine was already sounding the alarm about the dangers of ever more sophisticated and mesmerizing technology.
I think technology has been the death of our species. I mean, we are going to become extinct. And that is, technology allows you to mechanically extend your capabilities. You know, telephone lets you talk to people 500 miles away when they would be in voice range. A car allows you to travel where you'd have to walk. So as you have those mechanical things, that just pries you loose from relating to the earth. And it goes on and on and on. Pretty soon you're totally abstract. What we do to make a living in the United States now is we move paper from desk to desk. It has nothing to do with the world or reality. So there's no way to stop it because it's useful to individuals, and millions of individuals make a decision, and this kicks technology into a higher gear. And we don't really know what we're doing now. But we have more of these labor-saving devices which take away our time, so we have no time. And it's going to be the death of us. I mean, sooner or later, the whole thing's just going to melt down. Or it's going to drive people crazy. They're just going to get out in the streets, start shooting each other. I mean, yeah, I don't think you can take the psychological pressure of being in a situation where you start out a human being, you start adding these extensions to yourself, and finally you find yourself part of the machine, and there's no way to get out. And I don't think people are built for that psychologically. I think it's going to blow.
As we endure recurring news of mass shootings and the mental health crisis sweeping the nation, I can't help but feel that Vine foresaw this future. His clarity came from his work as a lawyer, theologian, and scholar, analyzing Native peoples' subjugation by settler colonial laws, which are so contrary to the spiritual practices of America's First Nations. He grounded his analysis in history and explained how current-day problems are rooted centuries ago in the conduct of Christian missionaries who promoted individualism.
Well, the first real suppression is a twofold thing. The Jesuits and other Catholic orders in the Great Lakes area came in, saw these Indian medicine men doing these things, and tried to compete with them. And, of course, they were successful partially because they brought European diseases, and they brought European medicine, so you can cure a disease if you know its cure. They couldn't do a lot of things a medicine man could do, particularly out-of-body travel and things. So you have their records just filled with this stuff. So Catholics really worked hard, and they got a lot of those tribes in the Great Lakes to finally become Catholics, based on the fact that the Indians believed that somewhere the whites must have spiritual powers because they had all this great technology. See, that's the one side. And the other is the Protestants from Plymouth Rock on were determined to convert Indians. See, the tendency of Christianity is not to convert the family, but to convert the individual. They're proud of saying, once you become a Christian, you even forsake mother and father and all that to become a Christian. So you have this continual sniping at the family structure. And you got terrible incidents. Most of the big massacres of Indians are massacres of peaceful Christian Indian villages by frontiersmen. They're not the army. So you come out with the Plains Indians, and they have all these ceremonies designed to keep families and groups together. And they start attacking those institutions. And such things as the giveaway. They go and they say, no, you mustn't give these things away. That you must accumulate them. And the Indians would say, well, but I got all these relatives. I can't accumulate all this. People would think I was selfish. No, you've got to look out for yourself. And Red Cloud has this incredible quote in D. Brown's book. Steal everything you can, accumulate it, and lock it so no one can get it. So there was an introduction. You got speeches at Lake Mohawk conferences. We got to introduce selfishness into these tribes. And so what you began to have was, as people intermarried right on the edge of those tribes, The mixed bloods didn't really know which way to go. They were more accepted by white society because they had white blood, and they were needed by Indians because the full bloods didn't understand how to deal with the whites. So that's where you got a lot of your converts, and people were just totally ambivalent, and with good reason. So once the missionaries got in, then they went around attacking all kinds of ceremonials. A lot of people that I think really don't know the history too well complain about the loss of the Sundance, that people were doing the Sundance. But you can trace that back 100 years, and you find it was an entirely different Sundance. As the political pressure became harder on the plains, a lot of people thought they had to increase the sacrifices of blood and flesh in order to keep the spirits on their side. So it became increasingly brutal, it became increasingly physical. But originally it was much more benign, and it took much more prayer and meditation, a different thing. The Pipestone Quarry, which was the location that tribes traveled to get their pipes, all over the continent came to Pipestone Quarry. They said if you came to the Pipestone Quarry, when you approached about 10 or 12 miles away, if you were supposed to go in there, the sky would cloud up. There'd be a slight rain, not much, but just enough to soften and wet the ground. And once you saw that sign, then you could go in there. And all the tribes respected that. So the missionaries would urge the government to go destroy things like that. They'd say, this is devil worship, whatever. So they put a railroad right through the middle of the shrines, thinking that would help them convert the Sioux. But of course, Iowas and Otos and Sac and Fox and Chippewa and all kinds of tribes then got deprived of the use of that place. The Sioux were able diplomatically to get the government to say it belongs to you alone, but it really belonged to all the tribes. A very spooky place.
Vine laid out the progression of the settler colonial assault on indigenous culture and family through the dictates of Christianity, which focused on attacking the ceremonial life of tribes, as he just mentioned, and also the physical destruction of sacred places.
Then when they got them on the reservations, I think the thing really broke stuff up, because you could still do sweat lodges, and people were doing sweat lodges all the way along. You could still, out in the obscure parts of the reservation, do uwipis. But they had this ceremony called the keeping of the soul. And this was as part of the funeral. They would cut pieces of hair from the body, and they'd prepare a medicine bundle, and then they'd keep this bundle in the house or in the tent. And this would go on for about a year after the person died, and they would treat it as if the person hadn't died. And they would give them water, and they'd give them food at the meals, talk to them, and offer smoke to them. Now, this was to remind everybody that we don't just live a totally material life and then die and become atoms. And we come from a long generation of people who are still watching us. And we are supposed to live up certain standards while we're alive. And that there needs to be a period of transition for that soul, where the soul can both relate to the people who've gone before and still communicate to the living. Actually, if you just think about it, a person in isolation, all they have is their own thoughts. And what you need is input from other people. That's what really makes personality and knowledge or anything like that. See, that's to assist the soul in making the adjustment, and to remind the family they too are going to go through this. Well, of course, our missionaries lost it. I mean, they just were livid. They said, don't you know when you die, you go straight to heaven with Jesus and are issued a harp and start playing Amazing Grace and whatever. And so the major thrust was attacking first the family, then the ceremonies that made the family what it was, made it strong. And then they moved to public dancing and other things. And they, of course, called every dance a war dance. If the Indians are dancing, this means trouble. And so it was very difficult. I mean, the Pueblos, were really oppressed because they have all these, they have an agricultural ceremonial year. It requires dances in different places. And a missionary, in late in 1966, a Catholic priest tried to pour cement on the plaza in Isleta Pueblo to stop the dancing. And all they're saying is, you dance barefooted, and you're taking your energy and through dancing with your feet on the ground, you're putting that back in to help the earth. And Indians knew that the earth was not inexhaustible. And it helped them know more about the universe, so they had to take the energy generated by the new knowledge and put it back into the earth, so the earth, everything would be all right. So when they tried to get rid of all those ceremonies that kept families together, that's really where most of the religion broke down, see, because you try and get an uncle or a distant relative to come name you, and they say, no, you can't do that. We've already baptized this person as Hezekiah, whoever. And the funerals, people would bring clothing and food to put on the grave. They say, no, this is superstition. That spirit's not going to stay around. That person's long gone. It's already with Jesus. And it was really funny that my dad was an Episcopal minister, an Episcopal missionary out there, and he had fights with the white clergy continually over their funeral customs. And he almost hit them a couple of times because he'd always allow the people to come bring all the traditional things. See? When they'd have joint funerals, well, I hear the white clergy would say, you can't put oranges on that grave. And so finally he just blew up and he said, look, he said, in white funerals, you dump all these flowers on the grave. You think the spirit comes up and smells those flowers or what? So, what the people are doing, they're giving food is no different than what you're doing. And you put the guy's favorite dog or his Congressional Medal of Honor in the grave or whatever. He said, that's all these people are doing. They don't have to believe they go straight to heaven. I was on the Episcopal Church Executive Council. I had to fight some of those battles. And to give you the idea of cultural blindness, the Shoshones from Fort Hall had Episcopal mission out there. And they wanted the graveyard as far away from the church as they could, maybe about a mile away. And so the missionaries asked why, and they said, well, the ghosts of the people, you're not allowing us to do the funeral ceremonies the old way. So those spirits wander around that graveyard. They're disoriented. We don't want to go there at night. We don't want to have evening services, ceremonies. And so some of the church bureaucrats said, this is outrageous. We can't have these people tell us this kind of thing. So I said, well, wait a minute. The only reason you have the graveyard close to the church is your own belief in the Middle Ages that the devil was going to come around the graveyards and pick up all these souls. And so you had to bury people as close to the reserved sacrament in the church as possible. That's the only reason you have graveyards near the church. It makes no difference whatsoever. So all you're looking at is two different kinds of belief and experience. What you see, since the Middle Ages, even whites have forgotten the basis for their own behavior. So now we're just caught in this bureaucratic trap of, what's the best practical, secular thing to do.
In addition to tirelessly advocating for Native people's right to continue following their traditional practices, Vine had to constantly explain the significance of Indigenous people's relationship to place and responsibility to place as fundamental cultural values and the heart of spiritual practice.
Throughout history, people have found sacred places on the earth. I mean, there's shrines all over. All kinds of religions have shrines. Depending on the manner in which the religion hooks to some kind of reality, those shrines become increasingly important. Some have healing powers, some prophetic powers, some others. Against that then comes Judaism and Christianity, which say, well, there's one God. The God is working in history. Everything we're doing is not only foreordained, but this is the way it should be. And to tie yourself to one place is to deny what history is. Now, the problem with that is you always have to make progress in that history. You can't have dark ages, and you can't go downhill. It must always get better and better. And history itself is too erratic to make that kind of judgment. So what you have is just total destruction of different land areas, and then action kind of moves to the next area, ruins that. It's ironic, St. Francis is the patron saint of Catholic ecologists, but point of fact, the guy encouraged the ruin of all the wetlands in Europe by filling in all the creeks and little ponds. So I think it's a real tough philosophical question overall about, who are we and what does it really mean to be a human being? And where do we come from? Where are we going? And we have plenty of phenomena to examine, but we also have this tradition of all these religions saying, don't even ask the question, or we already know. So you end up in a really difficult situation. Place idea of having religious places or revolving your religion around that means that you are always in contact with the earth. You're responsible for it and to it. In the history, you're just responsible to your peer group or whoever the power elite is at that time, because they're making history. So it becomes a matter of time-based religions become wholly irresponsible. I remember when James Watt was sworn in as Secretary of Interior, they asked him, do you believe Jesus is coming back? Yes, I do, and we better get everything paved before he does. And you think, good Lord. And so the question of, we're renewing cities, but we don't seem to have any sense that we should be renewing lands and rivers and things.
This contrast between Western religions needing to demonstrate progress through time versus indigenous spirituality that embodies a cyclical relationship with place was a real challenge for me at first. Once I began to understand the deep roots indigenous peoples have in their home territories, I felt the pain and loss of the U.S. government's relentless policy of forced removal. Vine explained how the earth itself falls out of balance when indigenous people are torn away from their ancestral homelands and sacred places.
So you move people off, then that closes off, breaks the relationship between the powers that exist in that spot and the peoples and their ability to go back and keep communing with them. A number of tribes will live more toward mountains, have ceremonies called world renewal ceremonies, and they're supposed to do this, not that they in one ceremony remake the world, but they contribute to the feeling of the cosmos that everything is proceeding in a regular manner. And you see, without the cosmos, since it is personal, without it feeling it's doing a good job, it gets depressed too and says, to hell with it, see? And then comes all the catastrophes. So you just cut off the spiritual life of people and cut into their emotions a great deal. And then you cut into their concern for each other. And see, all the tribes had clan or kinship responsibilities. How you treat your family, how you treat the other people, how you treat strangers. And this becomes quickly very callous if you don't have those rituals continuing. There's no set formula for the rituals because each medicine man has his experience, which helps him interpret how you do those things. And so it becomes a matter of always tailoring the ritual or the ceremony to the people that are actually there. Now, you see, that's different than Western religion. Western religion, if you go bury someone, you turn to page 82 and start reading these prayers. And they are comforting and everything, but you never have that feeling that other entities are participating. So if you move people off, then the tendency, quite a ways away from their land, the tendency over about 3 generations is to try to re-sanctify a central location where they're at. So you'll find people in eastern Oklahoma identifying places in Oklahoma and Arkansas as critical places for Cherokees and Choctaws and others, because they know it's not the original place back in the South. They know they have to center themselves. First step in keeping the community together, see? But non-Indians experience this all the time. They don't seem to reflect on it. We sit here in Golden, and this becomes center of the universe for our next week. We're going to go north to do something. We're going to go east to do something. What they're saying is, if your only experience is the necessity to always refocus yourself at any place, and you're totally lost. You've got to have that sacred place so you're doing things in reference to that. You're doing secular things in reference to it.
Even though Vine often painted a bleak picture of the lost sense of place and shared heritage that resulted from colonization, Christianization, and forced removal, he was always looking for solutions.
Identifying and giving respect to a sacred place, then I think establishes on a very fundamental level your conception of what the universe is. And so you always have that place near you or staring you in the face or easy access to it. And then I don't think are as disrupted in terms of social change around you. And I think the respect for that gets you to appreciate other secular parts of the location, so that gradually you're building in the sense of being indigenous. If people could sit still long enough to attach themselves to a place and then think about, this is my home. I mean, cosmically my home, not where I was born. This is where our family must return, no matter how scattered we are. This is special as opposed to any other place. You can begin to build rather fast into that, but most people don't know where their grandparents are buried, let alone, where they're going to be buried. So all these graveyards are a whole bunch of strangers, have nothing to do with each other. And you'd be surprised that even the Christian Indians still maintain that ferociously. And every now and then I have to contribute money to a cemetery down in Greenwood where all my distant relatives are buried, see? But you go there and you see those names and you say, this is really where I'm from. I mean, and so a sacred place will do that. And of course, a lot of times they put their bodies out on scaffolds, and after the flesh had decayed and everything, or just bones, they'd gather them in a bundle and they'd take them to one of these places. Almost everyone in relation to that location would have their own story or their family story about what it was. And that would be the shared heritage of the whole group. And we need to have shared heritages in American communities.
In order to heighten that sense of shared heritage, Vine looked to the healing provided by traditional ceremonies.
I think the thing that really saved Indians for a long time, and that's one of the things we have to bring back, is when they do those puberty ceremonies and vision quests and things, part of the idea was to find out what you were supposed to do in this lifetime. And a lot of times the prophecies are right down the line. I mean, some of the great chiefs, you can just point out parts of their vision. So you had a sense of vocation. You weren't here just to consume or have a good time. You had a sense of responsibility, and you knew who you were. In fact, you knew who you were, and then during the course of your life, you'd pick up all these different names. So some people had half a dozen names, but those names were given when people in the community saw that you'd made certain steps in maturing personality. And so you had different names. So they were keenly aware of what the individual was supposed to do. They never disrupted it from community. And you look today, there's no community, and individuals are just treated like interchangeable units. So we don't have a society, we have a social machine.
While Western religions like Christianity proselytize and aim to convert, traditional indigenous practitioners just want their religion to be respected. As a lawyer, Vine frequently defended Native Americans' right to practice their religion free from government interference.
You're not talking about a high population area. You're talking about a religion that does not want to be a public religion. It wants simply the privacy to go off and do certain things without being disrupted. And that seems to pose the biggest threat in the world to the government. If you're to say, well, we're going to have a big rally here in Yosemite and 500,000 kooks for Jesus are going to come sing hymns for 3 days, I think it was wonderful. So you get religion as kind of silly participation rather than serious ceremonial. So all of these strands are woven in there. You read the recent Supreme Court decisions on Indian religion, they're mostly emotional responses of conservative people to religious ideas they don't understand and a frantic search to find some statute that will deny that religious existence.
Throughout the expansion of the United States, settlers found ways to attack Native spiritual practices. The 1883 Code of Indian Offenses banned Native dancing and ceremony, punishable by imprisonment and the withholding of government rations. But Vine pointed out that the legislation also replaced Native governance.
Well, see, a lot of people think the government passed all kinds of federal statutes. What they did was try and institute their own form of government on the reservation. And that was to elect a council and appoint police and judges, and they were going to rule the reservation. And they tried that. In some places they were successful, others they weren't. But what they did was brought in Anglo law. Then the agents had the power to determine what was legal and what wasn't. And the missionaries pressured the agents, and they got certain things prohibited, say. And so that's the way it was done. I get inquiries all the time from scholars, send me all these religious statutes. I don't know, but what someone might have raised the religious freedom question if this thing had come out in the open. But to give you an example, when the Comanches were doing their Native American church ceremonies in western Oklahoma, there was a BIA inspector called Pussyfoot Johnson. And he would sneak around trying to catch these people at peyote meetings, and he'd arrest them on alcohol statutes and just harass the hell out of them. While he's doing this, the commissioners in Washington saying, no, we're giving religious freedom to Indians, we're not intruding. And newspapers got a hold of it, and they said, well, here you got this guy arresting these people. And the commissioner didn't even know. It was a low-level bureaucrat, took it on himself to. This raised the whole peyote question. It really wasn't settled till a couple of years ago. And the whole thing, it's not that the Congress deliberated and said we're going to do these bad things to Indians. It was that the Congress exercised no oversight on what the Bureau was doing. It never has and never will. And so the bureaucrats were free to do whatever they want.
After more than 100 years of suppression, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, or ARFA, was enacted in 1978 to protect the rights of Native Americans to exercise their traditional religions. These rights include freedom to worship in ceremony, the right to possess sacred objects, and access to sacred sites. Very quickly, there were legal challenges, and there are still struggles to have these basic human rights understood and protected, especially when it comes to sacred cultural landscapes.
ARFA was one of the feel-good resolutions and policy changes that came out of the response to Wounded Knee. So originally it was just to have government agencies be extra sensitive to Indian religious concern. And the problem was a lot of tribes had worked out informal arrangements with some of the government agencies, so they were using these sites anyway. But once they said, you codify this and sensitize your employees and all this, most of these government agencies set up war rooms in case the Indians wanted to use the land and get it back. And so it became just absolute reverse of what anybody expected. And then you got to Rehnquist's court. Rehnquist hates Indians, always has. It's just blatant nonsense, his opinions. And they keep stacking the court with more and more conservative people. So there were 3 cases that went up on religious freedom that didn't have to go up at all. The Bowen versus Roy on the Social Security number in Maine, the Northwest Cemetery case in California, and then the peyote case in Oregon. See, Oregon did have a statute, but no one ever enforced it. And then you get in this bureaucratic bind. I mean, if you look at it, it's all bureaucrats, see? Then Supreme Court just rules, thumbs down, right straight along. And so I don't at least expect any rational decision out of the Supreme Court till you get a different court. These guys are a reincarnation of the court of the 1890s, 100 years ago. Did Plessy versus Ferguson, all the bad cases on minorities. I mean, it's the same mindset. Probably the same souls are reincarnated. So the courts are not going to do you any good. Well, more important is no one really understood the nature of Indian religion. And the assumption was these people do funny ceremonies, but they're not radically different than what the Christians are doing. So why do they really need this anyway? And there's great skepticism throughout the government. What are we going to do? So there was a movement to add muscle to the ARFA thing. But the problem was, I think, on the Indian side, we had not devised the proper means of communicating. You fought the peyote issue, and the fight was whether it was a drug or not. When I gave testimony in Portland, I said, now, what you got to look at is this is the natural use of a natural substance. That you harvest the peyote off the cactus and you don't process it or you don't do any chemical thing to it. You use it as a natural plant. It's part of the plant. You go to cocaine, heroin, all of these, you take the poppy or something else, you process this thing and create a new drug. And so peyote shouldn't be in the drug at all. And I couldn't get a lot of people representing the Indians to start to make those kind of arguments. See? And what the arguments they're making were, well, this is similar to the communion wine, and in a way it is. But what people on the other side could then argue is the communion wine doesn't make you hallucinate or all that. And then the response should have been, this is not hallucinations. We're capable of, all of us are capable of seeing the larger context of life, which involves music becoming sound and sound becoming music, colors becoming sound. And you see, in science, we use microscopes to look at stuff we could never see. We use telescopes. We're extending the range of our knowledge because we're able to see things. Bob the dog can hear a lot more than I can. No one questions that that's part of the universe. But these people keep saying, well, everything peyote does is bad for you. And it was never abused. I mean, you couldn't possibly abuse it because it's such a bitter plant that it's not like popping two peyote buttons and going off having a good time. I mean, it takes a great deal of commitment to belong to that church. And we're just never able to communicate that. So everything we did, we unwittingly allowed to be processed in the Western intellectual context. And so people then saw no reason why, if we were so similar to them, why we needed protection.
Because traditional indigenous people, their cultures, and homelands do not fit into the Western intellectual context, Vine Deloria struggled throughout his career to sort out legal arguments so Native people could be understood and seek justice in settler courts. In 1987, the U.S. Supreme Court heard the Go Road case in which Native practitioners in Northern California tried to prevent the construction of a logging road through a forest that was sacred to at least 3 tribes. In a devastating ruling showing the weakness of ARFA, the justices determined that the Constitution protects religious beliefs, but not practices rooted in sacred land, especially when the government controls that land.
Well, expectations were raised so high after ARFA. And nobody really knew what ARFA meant, see. And this is the original resolution. And what you had were these weird situations where strong traditional people had been using public lands. We'd go talk to the local BLM manager and say, what do we do now? And he'd say, oh my God, I don't know. My boss wants me to do this and that. And you had a series of cases that started out as environmental cases by environmental action groups. They get in the middle of it and they start losing traction. And you go find an Indian and say, well, God, isn't this valley sacred to Indians? And, of course, here's his chance in the limelight. Yes, it is. And the case evolved from something like Sierra Club versus Disneyland, the famous one in Southern California, evolved from that to some kind of Indian religious tradition versus a corporation or the Corps of Engineers. Pitting those two together, you're always going to lose in the federal court. If you're going to go to litigation, you got to pick what the parties are and what they're going to do to each other and say to each other. And so I used to just get frantic because I'd see, keep track of an issue, and it would be like the little Tennessee River and the snail darter. That started out as to protect snails. All of a sudden, in the middle of it, you got, well, this is also a traditional Cherokee burial ground. Then you got the Cherokees as witnesses giving conflicting testimony, because I think a lot of those people didn't know why they were there. If you say, is this sacred? Sure it's sacred. But Indians got to start making distinctions about what's really sacred and what is respectful, or what is, what helps make our secular identity. So you had a series of losses at the federal district court level or appeal court level. And no one really thought anything was going to go on up. And then this thing goes up. It's already a moot question. California Wilderness Act, you can't do anything. And suddenly this horrendous decision comes out. These guys reach way out in left field. Indians can't do this. Anything an Indian religion would do that would be a burden on any government whatsoever is prohibited. And you say, wait a minute. The only thing you could do in that area was once a year perform a world renewal ceremony, which is a prayer for all mankind. And the government says, we don't want you even to do that. See, that's not a rational decision. That's not a burden on government. What you see the way the court constitutes it. Now you got Scalia, a raving right-wing Catholic. And, he would just as soon turn the whole country over to the Jesuits. So people are fooling with things they really don't understand. The Indians have become the symbolic victim/agitator on religious issues.
Recognizing that the Supreme Court's Go Road decision placed the profits of loggers above the rights of Native practitioners, Vine never lost sight of the environmental and cultural destruction caused by corporations.
Corporations ought to be in a separate category, I think. They're originally a device so that the monasteries don't have to pay taxes to the king. And then they become a person in law with the Dartmouth College case. Then they become wholly demonic. See, all the political philosophers neglected the corporation. They said no one will work as hard for an abstract entity as they will for themselves. That wasn't true. Once you leave agriculture and get into business, that corporate form is it. And they're utterly ruthless. If you think the government lies to you, corporations spend 90% of their advertising budget telling you lies. And each technology allows them to intrude into wilderness areas or undeveloped areas even more. So I think that's going to be really hard to stop. Look at the snowmobile. People didn't used to go tear up the back country until they had snowmobiles and motorcycles. And you see, what you got is each individual saying, well, I have a right to do this. And the basic problem is American society is a rights society, not a responsibility society. If you go to India and say, it used to be a responsibility society. You're responsible for all those people. So corporations are just going to kill us. They're just raping the east side of the Rockies. You blink and there's a whole new housing development. And I think the attitude now is I don't care what happens because I'm only going to live 30 or 40 useful years as an adult, so I want everything now. So corporations encourage that. You didn't have advertising until the end of the last century. Now, half the things we buy are stuff that they talked us into buying. We don't really need them, not essential for life. And even the enjoyable things are mostly not essential for enjoyment. So we're definitely part of the machine. We're the bottom feeders in the ocean. We just consume, and nobody cares about what's going on. But you throw that in with the population, and the population explodes. Why? You get a certain level of economic success, and everybody believes they have to have the same thing. So you got 10 times as many people trying to do the same thing as you ever had. So you just like cancer at that point.
Just as Vine warned that technology alienates us from the earth and our humanity, he also foresaw that the more people live in relation to machines, the closer we are to economic crisis and collapse. Always thinking strategically, Vine suggested that the key to survival is stable, healthy communities living responsibly in relationship to sacred lands, thinking 7 generations into the future, and focusing on native sovereignty.
I think absent the big crisis, that the situation will just continue to get worse. Congress pretty well sold out to the big money people. There's very few people of conscience in Congress. And they're content to just keep putting Band-Aids on things. I think conservative tide has kind of played itself out. But the middle got so far to the right while that was going on. It's going to be difficult. And absent a big economic crisis or a major geological crisis or something, I think everything's going to grind down into just a dull grayness and drive people crazy. I really don't see any way out of it. And that's why I've switched a lot of my emphasis in terms of Indian reform to getting Indians to reform their communities. Just be self-sufficient to themselves. And look at sovereignty as learning to speak with one voice rather than being in court talking to states and counties, and to look at negotiation, continuing processes of negotiation rather than litigation or legislation. So it's a different ballgame. You got to quickly adapt to it. But I think these people just let people starve in the cities and let people with health problems die. I mean, once you get greed as your primary value in society, I don't see how you're going to get it out, absent a crisis that, like the New Deal or depression, makes people look at those things. It takes half a dozen or so people playing different roles to get an issue presented to the public or start to get a movement across. And Indians are just like other Americans. They all of a sudden have a pledge of allegiance to some ideologies. During Wounded Knee, all the activists were down on me about, you ought to be out here at Wounded Knee with us. And finally told some of them, somebody's got to be the lawyers. We can't, every Indian in the world can't jam into Wounded Knee. And in the Means Banks trial, I was on the stand. I got the treaty admitted as the source of motivation. And finally, Russell came up to me and he says, I finally understand we have to play different roles. I said, yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, you're putting all your eggs in one basket. But I grew up as a mixed blood in a border town. That's who I am. I'm not going to suddenly start using mantan and feathers and all that. You run around. And I really feel sorry for people who suddenly decide they are Indian or know they're Indian and want to emphasize it and go through all those things.
I felt truly honored that Vine Deloria Jr. shared so much of himself with us in this interview. Diving deeper into our archives, I found a keynote presentation he made in 2002 when we screened In the Light of Reverence at a Sacred Lands Forum with a coalition of Native leaders at the Department of Interior headquarters in Washington, D.C. In his comments after the film, Vine helped us grapple with the common misunderstandings about sacred sites and the challenges around communicating a clear and effective narrative to help protect these important cultural landscapes.
How do we deal with the concept of the sacred? Now, I know many Indians just want to say, well, you can't define it, so let's back off. But I don't think we can back off if we're going to try and get public opinion to deal with us. You can't leave the idea of the sacred to personal preference. You know, one guy likes mountain climbing, one guy likes bowling, one guy likes the stock market, whatever. So what we're facing are opponents who do not understand the sacred and don't understand logic. And what they're going to do is throw scare tactics continually at us. And you saw that throughout the film. Well, if we can't do this, why then the whole world's going to go to hell, etc. I've never understood why Americans buy that kind of logic. Now, how are we going to present the sacred to people who have no idea what's sacred? Not the slightest clue. Closest thing to sacred in this society is the Super Bowl. Because they will move, remember Reagan's second term, they moved the inauguration so it wouldn't conflict with the Super Bowl. See? So we're dealing with that kind of society. And we got to move the concept of the sacred forward very slowly. I'm not saying reveal anything, but we've got to find the language to convince them that the opponents, this is a very serious thing to deal with. I'm going to pressure Toby here in the next few weeks, start on another film. We've got to get at the deeper level even now. But there's talent out there that should be related to us, that should be sharing these battles with us, that's very expert, and we're not using them.
I did go on to make another film and continue to try to take things to the deeper level Vine was calling for. I just wish he were still around to be the intellectual guide in our more recent films. Tune into the next episode of Sacred Land Speaks for part 1 of my interview with Anishinaabe activist, environmentalist, and writer Winona LaDuke, where she breaks down Indigenous worldviews and the legacy of colonization. If you like what you've heard, please rate and subscribe to Sacred Land Speaks on your favorite podcast app. You can also visit sacredland.org to learn more about our films, resources, and suggested actions you can take to protect sacred places. This episode was produced and written by Callie, Shanafelt, Wong, and Toby McLeod. Our film interview with Vine was recorded by Will Paranello and Andy Black, along with co-producers Melinda Maynor-Lowry and Jessica Abbe. Our theme music was composed and performed by Stefan Smith and Charles Johnson. Sacred Land Speaks is brought to you by the Sacred Land Film Project of Earth Island Institute, based in the Lejeune Ohlone territory of Huchiun, otherwise known as Berkeley, California. Thanks for joining us.
The most important thing of a human being is go back to nature. Nature takes care of your mind and your heart and soul.
Welcome to the first episode of our new podcast, Sacred Land Speaks, where we dig into the audio archives of the Sacred Land Film Project and revisit the clips we left on the cutting room floor over 40 years of filmmaking. I'm your host, Toby McLeod. Today we bring you a special episode about the remarkable life of Native California healer Florence Jones, who was the top doctor of the Winnemem Wintu and a fierce protector of Mount Shasta, known to the Winnemem as Bulium Puyuk, the Great Mountain. I met Florence Jones in 1992 when my friend and colleague Claire Cummings, who was Florence's attorney, told me about the struggle to stop a proposed ski resort on Mount Shasta that would have ruined a bubbling spring used for millennia by the Winnemem Wintu for ceremony and healing. At 84, Florence had been leading her federally unrecognized tribe through decades of recovery, from gold rush era killings, boarding school trauma, the outlawing of ceremony, the flooding of her homeland by Shasta Dam, and now the threat of a destination ski resort endangered the Winnemem place of origin. Florence was a highly respected traditional medicine woman, known all across Northern California.
The kids come last. I'm going to take the big people first.
Tough and funny, it took a while to earn the trust of this 5-foot-tall force of nature. But we shared the goal of protecting sacred land, and over the protests of some of the youth of the tribe, she gave me permission to film.
Okay, let's go.
During our first 4 days of filming, Florence took us to her most sacred places, went into trance, and encouraged us to keep the camera rolling, all of which was highly unusual. I felt uncomfortable and hesitant, but Florence was the director, and she wanted her story told.
Keep that pipe and keep everything going. Don't stop.
We filmed as she prayed over each of her people on Universe Rock, which Florence told me was her most important healing site.
You have a long life ahead of you. Take care of it. And whatever you do, we give you strength and power to carry on. We're giving you a double power tonight from the universe rock you're sitting on in the spring of Mount Shasta.
At one point, Claire Cummings told me to bring a film funding proposal up onto the rock to be blessed. As Florence waved a smoking root over the 40 pages of paper I clutched in my hand, the top doctor prayed.
When you look around, you only see the good things. When you smell this root, we give you power and strength to ward all evil away from your heart and soul. When you speak, you only speak the right thing. So help me, Great Spirit. Pray to the sun.
In Florence's blessing, I felt immense power, the touch of a healer who'd spent a lifetime communing with spirit helpers. But I was also freaked out. Who was this revered elder clapping and blowing smoke over me? Where was her power coming from? And what were we doing filming all of this? I suppose she trusted me because our aspiration was the same: to educate the world about the specific places of power that are so important to Indigenous people around the world. But our journey was not without bumps in the road. The film we made together, In the Light of Reverence, took 10 years to complete. At one point, the Winnemem almost threw me out because it was taking so long. In the footage we collected over the years with Florence, there were great stories we couldn't include in the film, so I'm excited to be putting them together now from a variety of sources, 20 years after the top doctor passed away. Florence Jones led a tribal recovery through the entire 20th century. She brought spirituality out of the shadows. She was the first Native person to use the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 to gain a U.S. Forest Service permit to openly conduct ceremony at the place of her birth below Mount Shasta at Decus Rock. Florence Curl was born in 1907 in a traditional village along the Winnemem Waiwakat, the Middle Water, an icy torrent that was home to abundant salmon as it flowed off Mount Shasta between what are now called the Sacramento and Pitt Rivers. Settlers who arrived in the 1830s renamed it the McLeod River, and soon disease, massacres, and bounty hunters reduced the Wintu population from 14,000 in 1850 to 395 around the time of Florence's birth. During the gold rush, the state of California placed a bounty of $5 a head on Native people. The federal government underwrote this genocidal campaign with more than $1 million, and the state of California paid out $2 million more. But Florence's family survived. As the youngest of 12 children born to William and Jenny Curl, her birth drew the attention of Winnemem doctors because of her mother's advanced age. Jenny Curl, herself a spiritual doctor, was in her late 40s.
So all the doctors got together, 6 doctors. They said when a mother has a child at that age, it's either evil or a spiritual doctor. So they doctored, and they found out that I was a spiritual child. And someday I would take my grandmother's footsteps.
When Florence was 4, her family was living in a log cabin by the river at Balibaca, below Cold Spring Mountain. In the fall, her father took the family to pick fruit.
When we come back home, we didn't have no home. The cattleman had burnt everything down.
So her father bought 80 acres and started raising horses, cows, and hogs at the Curl Ranch.
Then he puts in 16 acres of vegetable plants. 16 acres. They had potatoes, corn, and you name it, down to carrots and little stuff. Each one of us had our job to do on those plants. Then he picks me out from the carrots and the little stuff. And I wondered, why did I have to do that? I'm the baby. I used to think that, but I couldn't tell my dad that, or mother neither. He showed me, he said, you got little fingers like that, see? You hold that and pull the weeds out from under there, clear it on the other end. That's your job. Next one, a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger.
Having been identified as a future spiritual doctor, Florence was treated differently than the other Winnemem children. She was given the name Pui Luliment, Eastern Flower Woman. She was trained by her parents and the medicine woman, Tilly Griffith.
When I was 10 years old, my great aunt was my coach and taught me how to smoke my pipe and go into a trance at 10 years old.
As part of her training, Florence embarked on a pilgrimage up the river to a bubbling spring on Mount Shasta, the Winnemem place of emergence. It was a test for her to introduce herself to the spirits, find her helpers, and learn from them.
We have to know all the sacred places, sacred springs, sacred trees, sacred rocks, sacred river. We have to know that and walk it. When I was 10 years old, I walked all by myself. That's our religion, what I had to do. I walked that trail from Mount Shasta, where the river comes out of the mountain. I had to walk from there all the way, clear down to the mouth of the river. I never slept. I walked night and day. I met bears. I met everything on the trail. I never had a fear in my body, never, because I was born spiritually.
Florence took us to a sacred site she visited as a child, a rock outcropping overlooking the river.
And this one here is when you're going to become a doctor, you get up there and put your arm around there. That's where you stay for the night until next morning. When the sun comes up, then the spirit comes in that rock. When I was standing there, I thought, I'd swear to God, that rock was moving back and forth, and I felt all around. I prayed, nothing come into me. And I was just about ready to give up and let go. The rock stopped. And it was just like that. He never did move, but it was the spirit in my body that was moving, not the rock. Believe it or not, that's the kind of place this is.
Florence's training also involved learning about the medicinal plants in the forest, on the mountain, and along the river, as Winnemem elders prepared her to serve as an important link in a long chain of traditional healers. But her lessons were brutally interrupted.
When I was pretty near 11 years old, the government people come and took all the kids and took them to government school. I lost 12 years of my training.
Florence was taken to Greenville Indian School, along with 2 sisters, a brother, and a cousin. Greenville was one of the more than 500 government and church-run boarding schools across the United States, infamous for suppression of Native culture and physical cruelty. The children were disciplined for speaking the Winnemem language. Florence was baptized as a Methodist, and she was punished regularly.
And when I was in school, they beat on me for no reason whatsoever. I never done a thing. The matron even pulled a gun on me, and they put me in a dungeon. This all happens when the superintendent is gone.
The school matron punished Florence for fighting, even though when the fight erupted, Florence was working a job in a different building. When the superintendent returned to the school, he ordered the matron to bring the accused students to the gym to tell their side of the story.
She said, "You get up, you dirty little pup," she told me. "Get your uniform on and get down to the gym." Superintendent asked me, "Why were you punished?" I said, "For fighting for something that I didn't do." So we had to take our uniform off up to our waist and turn round and round. Where my beating, I had welts all over my back. I was still bleeding when I got down there. But 15 minutes later, the bell rang. That's when the whole building was on fire. And I was praying every minute of the hour. I wish that place would burn down to the ground. And it happened. My prayers was answered.
But even after the Greenville Indian School burned down, Florence didn't get to go home. She was sent to San Francisco as an unpaid indentured servant cleaning house for a white family while attending Lowell High School. Though her father had fetched her home during the summers, Florence had been forced into government schools since she was 5 years old.
And when I graduated at Lowell High in San Francisco, when I come back at 16, that's when I went crazy, because there was 2 religions fighting. So they got 4 doctors and put me back on my feet again. Then I had to make up that 12 years. So it was 38 years of training to get where I'm at today.
Back home on the river, Florence learned about healing herbs from her mother and grandmother, was given doctoring songs by the spirits, and developed relationships with places of power along the river and in the mountains, places now known as Eagle Rock, Guardian Rock, and Puberty Rock.
And each human being that's born, in the beginning, when the Creator had put everything down, we all are born with a little spirit in our body. But the most of my people nowadays, they got to develop that little spirit. No matter what color you are or who you are, all human beings have that spirit in them that we got to develop as we grow up.
In the 10 years I knew her, I witnessed Florence Jones generously nurturing the health of all of her patients, of all people, as she worked to restore balance to a troubled world. She once told me that Mount Shasta is one of 20 sacred mountains that hold the world together. I also watched Florence struggle to explain the importance of cultural sites like Mount Shasta and to translate Winnemem spirituality to people from a predominantly Christian society.
The only way I could tell you white people is that when the great Creator had put down all of this, they put down an open church for us. This is open spiritual place for us. But I can't make the white people understand no other way, so I said, this is our church, our way, in the Windtune way. And it's very, very important to me because I doctor this mountain. I doctor the spring. That's where I get my power, and from Cold Spring Mountain. That's my open air church. And this mountain is our doctoring mountain, where we trained in the beginning when the great Creator had put us down here to doctor our people. When you're a top doctor, you have to go into a trance. When you go into a trance, you ask the spirit of this mountain, spirit of the other mountain, Cold Spring Mountain, what can I use? What kind of herbs or what kind of medicine I'm going to give this person? Then we bring it into the great Creator. He's the one that tells us, because he's the man that made everything on earth. All herbs, all vegetables, or whatever, everything. He tells my spirit what kind of herbs. He names them all. This is when I'm training, I have to know every name of these plants all over. So when the great Creator says, for cancer you got this herb, and this herb, maybe this poultice. That's what you have to use on a cancer.
For Winnemem doctors, the most challenging cases were the people whose spirits or souls were lost, wandering, and their bodies lifeless.
6 people I brought back to life when the medical doctor said they were dead. In our way, you're not dead until 4 days. On the 4th day, when you don't come through, then we pronounce you're dead. That's the kind of doctor I am. And I have been taking care of my children for 65 years, old and young. And I never lost a patient, not even one. I love all people, all human beings. As the Creator says, we give you power and strength to talk to the people throughout the world. The color don't mean nothing. It's the red blood that means we're all brothers and sisters.
In addition to caring for her people, Florence cared for her homeland. This meant she had to wage political and legal battles against the government, corporations, and New Age pilgrims. In 1945, the government completed Shasta Dam, blocking salmon from their ancestral spawning grounds, submerging 26 miles of Winnemem territory, and flooding Florence's home along the river.
Everybody had to move out, both from Pitt River and McLeod River, had to move out, all under the water. That's how the white people treat the Winton people.
The Winnemem lost access to dozens of sacred sites, historic villages, and cemeteries. Florence had to personally oversee the relocation of 183 burials, including her recently deceased parents and her own young son. Florence moved to Redding, married a rancher named Andy Jones, and raised a daughter. She continued to hold ceremony at the sacred sites that were still accessible, but her ceremonies were illegal and had to be done in secret. Then, in 1983, a $22 million ski resort was proposed on Mount Shasta, threatening the Winnemem Sacred Spring in Panther Meadows. An old ski area above the spring had been destroyed in the late 1970s when an avalanche took out the chairlifts. Florence claimed that she and her spirit helpers played a role in that dramatic event as well. She said Puyuk didn't like those ski runs.
The mountain says, what can I do? I said, you're my strength and power. Why ask me? He said, I'm still asking you. I said, I don't know what I can do. Only thing I can tell you, shake them up a little bit. 2 days later, with that little quake.
In 1987, 2,000 New Agers descended on Mount Shasta for the harmonic convergence, as spiritual seekers flocked to power points around the world seeking peace and harmony. A year later, when the Winnemem sued to stop the proposed ski area on the grounds that it would indelibly harm their culture, they took the calculated risk of publicly identifying the spring in Panther Meadows as sacred. This unleashed another wave of New Agers, making pilgrimages, holding sweat lodges, putting crystals in the water, frolicking naked in the meadows, and disrespecting Winnemem protocols that the healing spring is to be visited just once a year for ceremony, with no children under the age of 15 allowed on account of the spring's power.
My first time I was here, there were a whole bunch of us little ones. We weren't allowed to go over there to the spring. I was allowed to go any place because I was born spiritually. But the other children weren't allowed to go there. There was a no-no. It's always bubbling. And that sand coming up like that, and if anybody go around there, if they greet them, then the bubbles go right to you. You're accepted.
In August of 1994, we filmed a meeting between Florence and Forest Service Supervisor Kathy Hammond.
How are you doing?
Florence struggled to get the Forest Service to address her concerns about the spring, the New Agers, and Panther Meadows. She spent 3 hours trying to get Hammond to understand the Winnemem worldview, and she asked the Forest Service to close the meadow to outsiders.
See, I'm responsible for the public land, the forest that's within our area.
I understand that.
And so I'm trying to learn how to share that responsibility with you and to communicate with other people about why I think that's important and about how it's just basic respect to me to listen to you and understand you first before I decide to do something.
Right. I understand that too.
And, okay.
That's the reason I want to give you a little details
Good.
what's right and what's wrong.
What I've come to understand is that I don't know very much about you and what you believe and what's important to you, and so we are trying to make decisions now without the benefit of very much understanding.
Well, the
So
whole
it's
Mount
with-
Shasta is a spiritual mountain. This is where I got all of my herbal doctrine to take care of my people. That's how much important it's to me. This is my church here, same as you folks have churches. And this is what I can't get through to the white people. That's the reason I'm telling you. This is my church, Mount Shasta, Cold Spring Mountain. This was given to us by the Creator when He first put human beings down. And I teach my people, everything on earth is put here by the Creator has a reason to be here. They have a duty to do. And people are the top duty to take care of nature. And everybody been telling me, all these other people that come from somewhere else, been up there. Their parents been up there. I've been up there for 85 years, and I can show you every trail leading to Panther Flat.
A few different issues were being addressed at this meeting. With the increased visitation to Panther Meadows, the spring was being polluted with offerings and cremated ashes. The flowers and grasses in the meadow were being trampled. The Winnemem were concerned about spiritual pollution as well. Ideally, Florence argued that Panther Meadows should be closed to everyone else but the Winnemem's once-a-year ceremony.
And what gets me and hurts my heart is you people allow all Tom, Dick, and Harry to come into my church. That is wrong to me. And like I say in the beginning, right is right, wrong is nobody to me. And it will still stick with me as long as I'm living.
Right is right, wrong is nobody. I don't understand the wrong is nobody.
When I make my speeches, I begin to think there's a lot of nobodies in this world. The nobody means people don't listen to you, what's right. They do the wrong things, and they stick with that wrong thing instead of the right. They don't want to come back to the right things because they don't want to forget their little things that they're doing, foolish little things. That's the reason why that the elders must teach their children when they're growing up what's right and what's wrong. Make them understand what's wrong and make them understand what's right. Because when we get on the right trail, we all need it on Judgment Day to be judged. That's what that means.
Thank you.
How could you keep them out of our church?
The only way I can keep people out of that spot is to say that because of the damage to the plants, the damage to the rocks, the damage to the water, nobody goes in there.
What they do,
And if I say,
they did everything under the sun to ruin that place.
yeah,
They contaminated my spring.
yes, I'm trying to work on this. That's what I think. I'm trying to figure out a way that I can keep everybody else out and still allow for your ceremony. But I can't break the law when I do that.
How long do you white people have to understand us?
Well, I've been standing up in front of,
I can understand you people
yeah,
very easily.
yeah, yes.
Florence's great-niece Colleen Sisk, who 1 year later would be designated by Florence as the next leader of the tribe, pointed out the Winnemem are not like everyone else.
You're describing this thing as group use, and we're included in that group use. I want you to get us out of that group use stuff, because we have a political status with the United States government. And the rights that were retained from our culture and our traditions are separate from any other religion, any other group's use of that mountain. So,
What I'm understanding is that for you to practice your traditions at Panther, there are certain things that you feel we need to change. And I'm anxious to do that. The other aspect of it, though, that has to do with whether I can feel good about having your ceremony there and not allowing anyone else's there, that's a different issue that I'm a little stuck on. And it's because I'm not supposed to show preference.
We had that from generation after generation.
Yes, yes.
And we haven't got no right. We were here first, before the white people ever came to this country. And we haven't got no right. I want to know, who gave you permission to come into the United States and take over?
Florence's attorney, Claire Cummings, who filed the lawsuit against the Forest Service over the proposed ski resort, and who also requested this meeting, spoke in support of her client.
Let's get something really straight, okay? You're not granting them that use. Let's start with the don't take this personally, Kathy. But the Creator gave this place to these people, okay? You've come along in the last, 80, 90 years. You mean you as representing the Forest Service, okay? So let's be clear about who's granting what.
I understand.
But we understand that you are having to work within this legal framework. You're constrained by that legal framework. The Wintu are constrained by a spiritual framework, okay? And I'm kind of stuck in the middle.
And so am I.
Yeah. And so when you use those words, we understand what you're trying to say. And I know you're struggling to understand what the Wintu are saying, okay? But it is just a legal fiction, because the values to which they're answering are much more superior and much more deep and longer term than the values that you're trying to address.
As reflected in law?
The law reflects what our society wants to impose on that mountain. It doesn't reflect their values. They're trying to speak to pre-existing and other values. They're answering to a higher law.
Yes.
Okay, and that's a conflict that we really understand.
hopefully you understand a little bit about this is not just a picnic. This is that healing that comes from being on ground like this and going to places like that where messages can come in for Grams to explain to the people what's going on. We're not just laying down prayers, but also we're getting the messages of how we need to live the next year, what we need to do with their children, because they're not allowed to go there. That's how sacred that place is. That's how we have learned from her. That she's told us generations and generations. We didn't believe that. We'd take our children right up there to see that beautiful spot, that sacred place, that place where we get healing and blessings from. But we believe in that because it's so powerful there.
As the meeting ended, Winnemem elder Leona Barnes, who'd been sitting quietly for hours, was moved to speak.
Mount Shasta is our mountain. It's our spiritual mountain. And I pray for my elder too, because that's the only one we have now. And I like to see it go on. I want to see these little people to know their ancestors. I want these little people to know what their great-grandfather and what their people done, so they can carry it on when they get older. I don't want to see it die out. I don't. I believe in it spiritually. This is sacred ground. And Mother Earth is. And we got to respect it. So that's what my grandma taught me. And I'm still carrying that. I'm not going to let it go.
Every August, the Winnemem journey to Sowell Mem, the bubbling spring in Panther Meadows, for a healing ceremony.
400 yards to go.
According to tradition, Sowell Mem is the source of life, where all species were created as they came into this world. It's also the place Winnemem spirits pass through after death as they ascend to the Milky Way.
Trust in the Creator.
I had no idea what we were getting into bringing a film crew to document Florence's ritual at the spring. At this point in her life, Florence used a wheelchair, and though the Forest Service had promised to widen the rock-lined trail so she could be wheeled in, the trail was too narrow, and Winnemem men had to carry the wheelchair and the top doctor a half-mile from the parking lot.
Break time.
Rest good, Dope. Never mind me.
When we finally arrived at the spring, we could all see that Florence was upset over yet another broken promise, but more importantly, over the condition of her spring.
I'm disgusted. So is my spring.
The spring was being loved to death. Rocks had tumbled into the water. Visitors had left crystals. Plants were trampled all around. But most alarming, there were no bubbles.
They're not supposed to ruin sacred trees, sacred mountains, sacred rocks, sacred springs. I'm just an interpreter for the Creator through my church and the Universe Rock on Cold Spring Mountain to make my people understand we are earth-bound people. And that's all corrupted. My sacred place is corrupted by the laws of Washington, D.C. We have wonderful people yet in this world that understands our religion, our sacred springs. Their hands might be tied just like we are tied down. They can't make their people understand we have our rights, the first rights, here. Du sa väl ni mesken, men det will not go you men on. Det men ni la ju I be. Så will na, du sa väl, Charlie sa väl I mesken. Så will na, hebe qiteri to. Ul kukuna ilayo. Winen so, hebe qin to men pudum.
When a shaman goes into trance, they often speak an esoteric language known only to their interpreter. Winnemem elder Emerson Miles translated for Florence.
She's praying to the spring to not be like me. Don't think like my heart is. We know you're disgusted, but don't be that way. Settle down and let your bubbles come up so we can all see it. And don't be afraid of us, because we're all your children. We come up here when we can. So pray into the spring to bubble up like it used to. When we come up here and look down, it throws its bubbles up, showing that it's all right. It's good sacred spring.
I gotta wait for about 15 minutes before I get an answer from Cold Spring Mountain.
With one hand raised to Buyampuyuk above her and the other to Sawamem below, the top doctor sang to her spring as she waited for a response.
I'm gonna ask the white people the question. The great creator and the haunted mountain from our universe rock was with me. My heart was almost failing with the white people. That's the reason I asked my haunted mountain to be here with me, with the creator. And the creator says, you want Mount Shasta to blow up, we'll blow it. Do you want Mount Shasta to deteriorate and the rocks come down upon top of it? And they asked me to ask the Forest Service and the people that are here, the white people, is that what you people want? I want an answer. I got the strength and power to do that right now. Do you want that Mount Shasta to blow up? Or do you want that rocks to fall in? That mountain is disgusted, same as my heart. This is my church. Just like I always said, I don't go down to you white people's church and go in there and raise hell. That's the reason why I don't want nobody come here and ruin my church. But I'm asking the Forest Service and the cameramen also, do you like to see it? I got the power and strength right now.
She wants an answer out loud.
No.
I want an answer.
Louder.
No.
Does my people want the answer? Do you want to see that?
No.
No.
Do you want me to prove this? That I can do that?
No.
I can pull that string that the Creator gave me to pull to end the world. I said, no, I don't want that. I got too many children out there I care for. Today, get away, went to Pokan Run, a Tom and Puro Melkodo. Humpty for taken in a name, Humpty for taken in a name, Solomon can in a name, Solomon can in a name, Humpty for taken in a name, Humpty for taken in a name, Solomon can in a name, Solomon can in a name, Humpty for taken in a name. Ha ha ha!
As the sun dipped behind Mount Shasta and the light softened, Florence sang one last healing song for the spring, the mountain, and her people. And when the ceremony was over, Florence was glowing, and good feeling had been restored.
I'm through. I hope all of you people that's here, your hearts will settle and have a good, clear mind. Remember the great Creator says, get on that right track to the judgment day. That's one thing the Creator wants you to remember. That means change all your bad habits to the good. Take all the evil out of your heart, every one of you. You're going to see a spiritual person that's going to judge all of us when we go on to the next world. Maybe somebody we won't pass, maybe we will. But we got to have a clear mind and a good heart to get on the right track to the judgment day. Do you all understand? I hope all of you do. Because in spirit, I want to see all of you people again. So we'll adjourn.
To be filming this intimate, potent scene was unsettling. Looking back, I see that Florence's calling to heal all people and her responsibility to take care of nature diffused her anger. Indigenous people are not the ones threatening to destroy our world. And Florence wasn't interested in revenge, despite the injustices she had suffered.
And my spring will wake up tomorrow.
Oh.
The mountain is not going to blow.
We'll conclude this journey with one of my favorite scenes from In the Light of Reverence, as Callie Sisk asks Florence about the future.
The predictions that you do now, like when we come to the spring and we find out what's coming, or that people have to live right, to do right, and go back to the natural things.
Go back to nature. The most important thing of a human being is go back to nature. Nature takes care of your mind and your heart and soul.
Graham, what do you think will happen if they build that ski resort and that spring is ruined? What will happen to the people? The Wintu people?
That's when we have to pray a little bit harder. Maybe someday they'll see the light and see the good and the beautiful world and nature. We just all can't just be dumb and die.
Ultimately, the Forest Service did see the light. They denied the permit for the ski resort in 1998. And while we were working on this episode in the summer of 2024, the Forest Service issued tighter restrictions on visitation to Panther Meadows, 30 years after we filmed the meeting between Florence Jones and Kathy Hammond. Too little, too late, as an estimated 140,000 people tromp through the meadow and surrounding area each summer. But now there's a $5,000 fine and up to 6 months in prison for setting foot in the spring, public nudity, or group sizes larger than 10 people. Better late than never. Florence Jones passed away in 2003. It was a profound loss for the Winnemem and the world. I recently realized that while the youth of the tribe have heard a lot about the legendary healer they call Grams, they never experienced her, and many never met her. Meanwhile, we have more than 10 hours of footage featuring Florence Jones locked away in our editing room. So last spring, we cut together 3 hours, and we took the footage to Winnemem country and showed it on the big screen to 50 tribal members, including many of the young people of the tribe. It prompted great discussion. And I swear, that medicine woman still has healing power, 20 years after she passed on from the physical plane. And that film funding proposal that Florence blessed up on Universe Rock? It took 2 decades, but our 4-part global series, Standing on Sacred Ground, was completed in 2014. And along with In the Light of Reverence, those films are still telling the story of the Winnemem Wintu and many other indigenous people around the world as they continue to fight to protect their sacred places. Thank you, Florence. Tune into the next episode of Sacred Land Speaks, in which renowned Standing Rock Sioux activist and author Vine Deloria Jr. explains the importance of the Black Hills to the Lakota people, as well as the significance of sacred natural sites to indigenous people around the world. If you like what you've heard, please rate and subscribe to Sacred Land Speaks on your favorite podcast app. You can also visit sacredland.org to learn more about our films, resources, and suggested actions you can take to protect sacred places. This episode was produced and written by Callie, Shanafelt, Wong, and Toby McLeod, with research and editing assistance from Jessica Abbe. Our film footage with Florence Jones was recorded by John Canoop, Andy Black, and Will Parinello. Our theme music was composed and performed by Stefan Smith and Charles Johnson. Thanks to Claire Cummings, Dorothea Theodoratus, and John Veltri for interviewing Florence and recording her story on Mount Shasta. And to Chief Colleen Sisk for reviewing this episode, which is brought to you by the Sacred Land Film Project of Earth Island Institute, based in the Lejeune Ohlone territory of Huchiun, otherwise known as Berkeley, California. Thanks for joining us.
Irony of the situation is you can go on public land to ski, you can go on public lands to cut wood, you can go on public lands to strip a mountain and leave a cyanide pool, but you cannot go on public lands to pray for the earth and its continued fertility.
Welcome to Sacred Land Speaks, where we dig into the audio archives of the Sacred Land Film Project and revisit the interview clips we left on the cutting room floor over 40 years of filmmaking. I'm your host, Toby McLeod. Today we're going back to 1997, when I sat down with Vine Deloria Jr. for a rare interview with this legendary Standing Rock Sioux author and activist. The first time I asked Vine Deloria for an interview, he said no. I approached him in 1992 in Tucson, Arizona, after his keynote speech at a conference on endangered Native American holy sites, and I asked him for a film interview, but Vine said he really didn't do interviews. Years later, when I was working on the documentary film In the Light of Reverence, which tells the story of 3 Native American communities fighting to protect their sacred sites, one of the stories centered on protecting Devil's Tower in Wyoming, which is sacred to many tribes, including the Lakota. The Mountain States Legal Foundation and a group of rock climbers had sued the National Park Service for asking climbers to voluntarily refrain from climbing during the month of June, out of respect for Native American ceremonies held around the summer solstice. While I was discussing that film with one advisor, Walter Echo Hawk at the Native American Rights Fund, he called Vine on the phone and said, "You've got to talk to these guys." And Vine agreed to do an interview because he really cared a lot about that issue at Devil's Tower. I did a lot of preparation beforehand and was relieved when we showed up at Vine's house because he was so welcoming and quite casual, puffing on a cigarette throughout the interview and occasionally talking to his dog, Bob, who you'll hear barking in the background. I started by asking Vine why the Black Hills are so significant.
I've been trying to get into all the really old legends to find out exactly what happened there. And it seems to be revealed by spirits and experience as kind of the focal point of our existence. So you can even go back to where the tribe was migrating around the continent. And no matter where they were, they're always, in the end, headed for Bear Butte and the Black Hills. And people at Rosebud now are able to demonstrate that through archaeoastronomy and discussion of Sioux constellations. One of the constellations, if you go out in the evening, you look up, probably take up a third of the visible sky that you have, and it's a form of a heart. And it then becomes, in our experience, the heart of this continent. And people get kind of turned away because Black Elk was talking about Pikes Peak as the center of the world. And he had this vision of different camp circles. In terms of all the Indian groups, that would probably be true. But each of those groups then has some central location that helps define them. And this goes so far back that there's stories that when we lived near the Gulf of Mexico, they had this vision that we were supposed to migrate west. And people had a visual view from the vision of what these hills looked like, but they didn't know where they were. They migrated up and down into Pennsylvania and around, and finally came back into the Black Hills. So that's been the central focus of ceremonial religious life for a long time. And not in the sense of, Jesus being crucified in Nazareth or whatever, but if you look at the larger cosmos, why, almost any place you designate can be the center of the earth, center of the universe. And we believe that we're on the edge of the Milky Way, which is a small galaxy someplace. We could well be on the edge, or we could well be in the center and everything revolving around us. So a lot of the purpose in ceremonies was to kind of recapitulate or reconstitute universal powers in one location. And that's why in the pipe ceremony you pointed all those directions to bring those powers in and focus them. And what you're doing is establishing a relationship. So you have to do that in practical life, not just in religious life. So the Black Hills became the focus of the migrations, the buffalo hunting, all of those things. Black Hills themselves were very sacred in the sense that permanent occupancy was set aside for the birds and animals. That was their place to be. And that's why they have these runs today around the Black Hills to honor the birds and animals. People would go in there, but they wouldn't stay very long. And so you'd just go into the Black Hills to get lodge poles, or maybe someone would do a vision quest or something on the edge of the Black Hills, but you weren't supposed to stay in there. Part of that was that that was one of the major places the buffalo emerged in the springtime. And there are all kinds of places along the Missouri. They used to have these caves they would come out of. Wind Cave and Buffalo Gap were the major places. So you didn't want to irritate any of the animals. See? So it's not like we designated a place and said this is going to be sacred. See? It came out of a lot of experience. And the idea is not to pretend to own it or not to exploit it, but to respect it. And trying to get people to see that's a dimension of religion. It's really difficult.
Devil's Tower is a dramatic rock formation that juts up out of the forest that surrounds it in northwest Wyoming on the edge of the Black Hills. It's made of columns of igneous rock that abruptly end in a plateau 867 feet up in the air. It's significant for over 24 tribes in the northern plains, and there are many sacred narratives surrounding the origin of the giant monolith. Many of those stories involve a bear chasing a group of girls who are saved by offering a prayer and finding safety on a large rock as it rises out of the ground, and the bear scrapes the sides with his claws as he tries to reach them. Hence the Lakota name Matotipila, Lodge of the Bear.
The Devil's Tower stories are very historical, and I've been doing a lot of work on trying to dig up exactly how it was formed. I'm convinced that the stories about the bear chasing the girls, some variant of a bear with one of those Indian communities occurred there. Because you go and you'll be filming this, you see the top part of the Devil's Tower, badly eroded rock, and then you got pretty clean rock underneath. And it's down in a valley. And so the idea of a stream eroding all that down is ridiculous, because if you go look, the Devil's Tower and the bowl it's in are still below the ground, 10 miles away. So I think it's one of the very ancient landmarks in North America. There are all kinds of others. The Hopi seem to have squatted on one of the mesas that really has power. And Six Nations have very good power spots in some of those lakes. And a Pipestone Quarry. Navajo Mountain, which is four corners, are sacred to all kinds of people. So you have to ask, if this is sacred to several groups of people, doesn't it have more spiritual power, and aren't there more spirits there than there are in any of these other places which are sacred to only one tribe? And so then you begin to intuit that the place was one of those sanctuaries where people could come and go without fighting each other, and had to do that. Couldn't fight your way to the Devil's Tower and hold a religious ceremony. The same way with the Pipestone. So, what the Sioux and Cheyenne would do would have a ceremonial year that was supposed to end up in that vicinity. And the Rosebud people have identified the three mountains that are part of the ceremony. So in the spring, people would be following the buffalo herd, and they'd have to do a series of 4 ceremonies, the last one of which would end up either at Devil's Tower or Bear Butte, depending on what year it was and what the situation was. So this is written down now in a book on star knowledge, and Devil's Tower is in Eonkaha, which is about 40 miles south. Those, I think, are the horns of the buffalo, and then the Bear's Butte that becomes the nose, and you have these complicated ceremonies have to be done there. And that's for continued renewal of the earth and life. And the buffalo, of course, symbolizing Mother Earth and symbolizing life. So those were very important. That's the way you didn't hunt out the buffalo herds. That you took just enough to ensure that the buffalo continued, but you had to do the ceremony thanking them and thanking all the other spirits. So then there are other ceremonies for the rest of the year. So your year is kind of under ideal conditions, broken up into migrations where you have to be at a certain location to do a certain ceremony. And that keeps everything balanced. So you come to the place, and it does send a chill up your spine, whether you're Indian or Anglo or whatever. I mean, it's an extremely impressive place. And I would imagine even some of the climbers get a tremendous emotional jolt with that thing. But here comes the basic question of respect. See, if you really respect something, I mean, you don't go start putting up Kool-Aid stands on the tomb of the unknown soldier. And humans, particularly industrial society, has no sense of self-discipline. and allow themselves to do anything in the world. And the Indian thing was, if you don't really totally understand it, you better kind of, not make the total commitment to the thing. You better leave it as partially mysterious. And I think a lot of people don't understand that it's not that Indians should have exclusive rights there. It's that location is sacred enough it should have time of its own. And that once it has time of its own, then the people who know how to do ceremonies should come and minister to it. See, and that's so hard to get across to people.
This idea that a sacred place would need time of its own is so profound. It shook me out of the Western sense that religion is about people who practice it, and helped me understand that an indigenous sense of spirituality is about relationship to place, respect for place, community responsibility to place as kin, as a relation. Vine points out how these different worldviews and spiritual conflicts lead to the battles over the land. Native Americans tried 5 times in the 1980s to use the American legal system and the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 to try to protect their sacred sites, but they failed in all 5 lawsuits because they couldn't get the courts to understand and respect place-based religions. So there was a lot riding on the Devil's Tower lawsuit.
Devil's Tower seems to be the point of confrontation between, I think, religious and secular forces. And it comes from the government's policy of multiple use. We want as many people as possible to use a certain thing. They don't do this for the Christian religion. They allow them exclusive use of all kinds of things. See, they don't really believe that the Indian religion's a religion, so they figure it's a multiple use. Irony of the situation is that you can go on public land to ski, you can go on public lands to cut wood, you can go on public lands to strip a mountain and leave a cyanide pool, but you cannot go on public lands to pray for the earth and its continued fertility. Almost everything involving land involves great controversy, and the question then becomes, can any religious group, Indian or otherwise, limit the power of the federal government? Since the federal government has no discipline itself. And the question the courts return is no, you can't. So then you move the next step, accommodation. Can you force them to accommodate? And that's really what we're doing with the Devil's Tower case. Not expecting exclusive use, but trying to get the rules to accommodate. And at that point, you get the question arises, what is it that we're accommodating? See? And here, your difference in religion is tremendous, because if you go up to Red Rocks for the Easter sunrise service, the situation is holy for the period of the service. And people leave and it becomes a rock concert place. And what Indians are saying, no, the thing has value in itself. It ought to be protected, whether there are people there or not. That's going to be a really tough one, because you need a whole intellectual framework behind that in order for your evidence to make sense.
On the advice of Native American elders, the National Park Service made the June climbing restriction at Devil's Tower voluntary. I asked Vine to help me understand this approach.
If you force people to do the mechanical thing, you haven't accomplished anything. But you got to somehow bring them along to say, yeah, I do respect that. And I, because I'm a person with integrity, will not violate the thing. So the voluntary thing, having legal training, I'd sue the sons of bitches and close down all the Christian places in the national park. But the elders are a little more calm than I am. They say, well, maybe if we get people to voluntarily not do it, then they'll begin to accumulate respect, and then they'll treat it differently, and we turn the situation around.
But some of the climbers didn't respect the climbing ban or the tribe's responsibility to Devil's Tower.
Well, it's kind of like the problem we have with white men raising buffalo. See, I'm all for it, and I support the buffalo raising. But they treat them like cattle instead of like people. See, and if you'd when you harvest your crop, if you'd have a medicine man come out and tell the buffalo, look, this is the only way we can stay alive, and this is the only way we can help your people expand and have a happy life. So we're going to have to kill some of you. And they used to do those kind of things so that they wouldn't have to deal with retaliation, because those things can retaliate. And it's in the literature, different spirits can come back on you. So what we need to do with the Devil's Tower is show the people that you get to pull in a bit and allow the place to, first, I think, have a period of calm, but second, enable people to find the right way to communicate with it. And a climber comes in, and all he wants to do is look at which place to go up. And they're hammering all these pitons in. And the question is, I'm all in favor of climbing. I mean, it's a good way to test yourself. I imagine for many a form of religious experience. But the question is, can you limit yourself to certain things and respect other things? I think the guy is the complainant's just, filing this thing on behalf of these right-wing nuts in Mountain States Legal. But there's so many climbers that have agreed voluntarily we won't do this, see, that you look at the few remaining. I think last year there was one of them in that we're a commercial climber and a company and we're losing money and all that. Well, so what? All kinds of people lose money because the government takes certain locations and allows the general public or allows no one to. I mean, my God, I'm losing money because I'm not allowed to graze cattle on Area 51. So what? That happens. I say the complainants in this case are, I think, just stirring the thing up. I think majority of climbers have cooperated and will. You can climb anywhere. You don't necessarily have to climb the Devil's Tower. And they all climb Yosemite and all these other places anyway. So the question is, does the property right of an individual citizen mean that they can go on any federal land anytime they want for any purpose whatsoever? And it's been ruled in many cases no. And that's what we're asking now.
I was surprised when Vine told me that he didn't have major issues with private landowners.
I think you could make accommodations with most people. If you go into court and sue some landowner and say, we've got to use your land to do this and that, you're going to have a terrible time. You're to send a delegation and, make it a ceremonial meeting with them and talk to them and say, well, we really need this. I think most people would accommodate themselves. And that's what happened for a century. People just accommodated those things. They'd say, yeah, don't leave the gate open so the cattle will leave. And people could use those sites. Then when you formalize it and put it in a bureaucratic directive, everybody's up the wall against property rights and all of this. And, de Tocqueville said that 150 years ago. Americans believe litigation is the only way to resolve questions, all questions. So I don't see there's any problem really with private landowners. But you can't walk in and say, we're going to do this or that. I mean, you have to treat them like people and explain the situation.
Our conversation eventually turned from the non-native people who disrespect the tribe's spiritual practices to those who try to co-opt the spiritual experience for themselves.
In the first place, you want to keep ceremonies secret just for Indians. And then you turn around, all kinds of Indians are inviting non-Indians in the ceremonies. Well, what are we doing here? And then you see that most of them, 99%, get a really good experience, and a lot of those become better people. So everybody's happy. But they don't really get to any depth where they'd be useful as spiritual leaders, and they have no communities to return to. And you can hang around Indians for a while, but it gets kind of boring because most of the things Indians do are secular things. So it's a big dilemma. At the start of the New Age, I was kind of irritated like the rest of the people, and the more I looked at it, I thought, well, if they're not expending their energy that way, they might be doing something really dangerous. We had a meeting on Indian religion at Harvard Divinity School. And one of the religious leaders opened the conference with a prayer and a pipe. We just passed the pipe around. And after that, there must have been a dozen whites came up to me just breathless. I've never been in a ceremony like that. That meant so much to me. I just can't tell you how I love Indian religion. And a momentary experience, and I mean, no different than me lighting a cigarette, actually, in terms of what they understood was going on. I mean, their craving is just, so there's a desperate need to appropriate from somebody, not necessarily Indians, but from somebody, some feeling, emotional feeling of authenticity. And the problem is that they all think of themselves as individualists. They don't have definable communities to return to. So they're just trapped, and I really feel sorry for them.
Vine said it gets tricky when you try to garner support for sacred site struggles from these same people who are looking to fill a spiritual void in their lives.
It's a big dilemma. You need a big constituency in the majority to help you protect the sacred sites. But you have to talk about the sacred sites in order to convince people this is a worthy cause. I know I used to have quite a bit of conversations with Bill Tallball and the medicine wheel people on how you protect this. And he said, I'm just baffled because we get all kinds of allies among the whites and we make some progress. And then they all want to go out to that sacred site and experience it. And he said, here, you've asked them to help. You've told them it's real, that this is very necessary. And then you've got to turn around and say, well, we don't want you to go out there because we have to have solitude to do these things. We're not doing these ceremonies on a stage. And so it's just utterly a rock and a hard place there. And then you have the fact that almost everyone has to work today, so you can't always take off for ceremonies. And when certain ceremonies do, you go to your boss and say, I need 10 days because I have to supervise this or that. You don't have a job very soon. I think in addition to simply there being more people, there are more pressures as people interact. I mean, almost impossible to get through those pressures and still preserve the sacred place. And then you have Indians themselves doing runs and rides and all this, which is their way of symbolically expressing to the majority the validity of the issue. But it doesn't do any good to have hundreds of Indians running around trying to do the same ceremony. So you just look at the population growth alone forces you to change many things. I think designating sacred sites as national historic sites is a stopgap measure which really offers no protection in the end. If people know too much about it, then they swarm all over there with their video cameras and, leave their picnic mess. Some years ago, South Dakota Highway Department asked me if I would identify all the sacred sites to the Sioux in South Dakota, and I said, of course not. It's better to have them undisturbed and unused than to have all these people tromping, busloads of Japanese tourists going through. And they were quite put off because they wanted them as tourist attractions. So if you designate some of these things national historic sites, they'd just be run to death, The ones that are already well known and you want to protect, I think that's a live option. But as to identifying new ones and having them designated, I'd be very leery. I'm inclined to think right now, if you could get a recognition that certain sites are sacred and should be left in isolation. Bill was telling me one time he was trying to help Park Service identify things. He says, we're coming down this valley and I see these piles of rocks. And I said, we better not go any further. And they said, oh no, this is a cairn of some kind or whatever. And he said, no. This is when the old-timers found a valley that had bad spirits in it. They would put these rocks every so often So people coming could see that that was a marker, don't go in that area. He said, we just left it alone. And the same way with Yellowstone, we just left that alone. Because I think if you went back 2,000 or 3,000 years, you had smokes and stuff coming out of the ground every place, and geysers and God knows what. So they argued with him, and he said, well, I'll prove it to you. He said, we'll go about 1.5 miles over here and then make a little fish hook, and there'll be another one just like this. And they did. And he said, I could not convince them that my interpretation was right. And all these scholars said, oh, no. So Bill said, well, you go in that valley and dig if you want. I'm not going to. And there are even some places Indians left alone. Go to the edge of it. So somehow, if you could get that across to people, but some of this stuff gets so subtle because there's such a crying need for emotional experience. And yet the emotional experience put in an intellectual context that don't make any sense and doesn't interpret what the experience was. People would have to come to realize that many things exist for themselves. They have an integrity under themselves. And that the attitude of our species is that this whole thing was created for us. It has no value except how we use it. And if you get people to realize we really are part of a finite world, we're part of a cosmos, the resources are going out, and the Earth itself had characteristics. I don't see how people can look and they say a lot of iron's up in Wasabi and there's a lot of copper in this other place and there's a lot of oil in Texas and Oklahoma. Those are physical concentrations of mechanical power. How they can't see that there are spiritual concentrations of spiritual power, non-mechanical, relational, and that those should be left alone. You can dig all the oil you want, but you can't touch this other thing.
Vine was the son of an Episcopal minister, and before becoming a lawyer and an author, he set out to be a religious leader like his father, and he earned a theology degree in 1963. He generously tried to help me understand indigenous cosmology in contrast to Western religions.
Well, the central problem is that Western religion basically materialistic. And I think that's because of the Western tradition that God works in history, which is to say in events, but not in people and places. So what you end up with then is the capability of establishing a church or shrine any place that's convenient to people. Let's train the earth as an object, and Indians don't believe it's an object. And they base that on thousands of years of experience. And in a way, you get irritated with non-Indians, but another way, they were reconciled to European land, then Christianity came in and destroyed all their shrines, did all kinds of detrimental things to them. Unfortunately, they were under Christianity so long that when they came over here, they did that to Indian shrines. And the idea being that there is nothing spiritual. Everything is material. You find that just promulgated throughout science. So even in the social sciences, people don't stop and think that the best things we experience, the best things we know are immaterial things. They're ideas or emotions. Religion and science in the West are both wholly materialistic. And consequently, when you then try and tell them, well, if you look at the earth, there are certain places that seem to have power, and we don't know what kind of power it is, except you have a different feeling, you feel energized. And the question then for ceremonials is, how do you approach that? Take something that's larger in yourself and create a vehicle whereby you can be in communion with it. And I think the various tribes located these various places. It's difficult to tell some of the younger generation, these aren't perfect circles. say, and these aren't perfect triangles or whatever. That frequently you can have an area that has 2 or 3 mountains within, say, 50 miles of each other, which are sacred to different tribes. And they're sacred not because they designate them that, but because they've experienced that. And the ceremonies then come out of their experience, not out of a philosophical search to explain things. So if you talk to a good medicine man, they'll say, well, I have different spirits that help me do this and that, but I really, at the bottom, don't understand the whole thing. I just know it works. See? And so Indians had this, I think, tremendous respect for whatever powers existed in the universe. And they conceived those as personal powers. Power had personality. And if you go to the West, they're telling you this little microbe in a soup of chemicals got hit by lightning and it evolved into Newt Gingrich. See? And you have to ask the question, how can matter produce personality and intelligence? Because those are entirely different things. You have cause and effect in science. Well, if you go over to the personal aspect of things, in communications, you have either communications or non-communication. Non-communication is frequently as good and as powerful a solution to a problem as communication. So what you're talking about is a relationship. So I think that this locations were discovered to be sacred, and it probably took a long time, probably thousands of years, to sort out how you approach those. And that's why a lot of the ceremonies are you simply go out into the land at a certain place under supervision of a medicine man and open yourself up. And what I think is powerful about these religions, you can continue to have revelations. All the revelations telling you is how you and your community at this time in life can adjust to the rest of the world. And so it's not any information you bring back from that ceremony. You're not supposed to run all over the country and say, you believe this and you're saved, see? So it ends up quite a different situation. And unfortunately, the objective teaching of both Western religion and Western politics has convinced people to put in the front of their minds all these beliefs. And yet they do have experiences similar to what Indians have. I think all people have all kinds of experience. So there's no intellectual framework to put that in. And so people, particularly today, they look back at a mythical time when all the Pilgrim Fathers went to church, Norman Rockwell and the whole thing, and they get terribly upset when any group appears to believe something different. And so I think we're the most visible group that the backlash can hit. And being materialists, they couldn't believe there's anything sacred about the Black Hills or Devil's Tower or anything.
I'm often struck by the aggressiveness of Western religions in contrast to the humility of Native practitioners. Vine describes this deep indigenous understanding that a person finds his or her humanity through their relationship to other beings and with the earth. It's kinship, really. All my relations. Mataquiasi, as the Lakota say.
No single person can begin to comprehend the spiritual world. And we go on the assumption that, through experience, that the world we see is not the only world we have to deal with, that there are spirits in different places. All the spirits have personalities, they have intelligence, but not total intelligence. It's simply a different kind of existence. Some may be dead spirits, some may be spirits of the future, but our world is interspliced with other worlds who have different ways of expressing themselves. That being the case, for a small community, you can't allow the situation to be that one or two people have the ability to communicate with larger and smaller worlds. And the spirits can't communicate with just one person. There's a limit to what we can understand or experience. So in your average Indian community, pre-contact, you'd have a whole series of people, all for a community of, say, 600-700, you might have many as a dozen people. And they would each know a little bit about the ceremony would be delivered to them. They'd be able to perform it. And the cumulative effect of having all these people there is you keep the community balanced with respect to the rest of the universe. And you try and determine what is the historical sequence going on in these other dimensions. See? The idea of prophecy is very strong in a lot of tribes. You can get long-term prophecies or very short-term. I don't know of a single tribe that went out on the warpath, so to speak, that didn't first have a medicine man tell them what was going to happen. And a lot of times, I know a story of the Yanktons that they were told if they went down and fought the Pawnees that their 7 best men would be killed, not to do this. So then they had a council after the medicine man told them that. And about 3 of them said, well, we've killed people in our life, and now they say that it's our fate to be killed at this time. And if we didn't go, we'd be cowards, and we wouldn't let the people who need to have revenge on us have their day. And that would put everything out of balance. So they went on the war party and got killed. But if you go tribe by tribe, it becomes absolutely fascinating the number of people who are responsible to keep that community balanced. I lived up in Bellingham, Washington, right on the tip of the United States. And, it rains in Washington State 99% of the time. So when I was talking to some of the Lummies, they said they had a rain dance. And I said, boy, you need rain like Arizona needs sun. So, and then they explained it to me that there was one family that knew this song. And on particularly bad snow and rain years, if it started snowing heavily and the snow started to accumulate, if that snow got over the longhouse door, you had the whole village in big trouble. So you had this family that knew this song, and maybe once in 100 years, it would snow that bad, and the people would come out and they'd sing this song, and the snow would turn back to rain, and the rain would melt the snow, and they'd be all right. And you see, in one way, that's a wholly secular phenomenon. What you're using is the vibrations of sound and the communication of the song. Talk to the spirits that guide the weather, or the spirits that are responsible for you, and getting them to just make an adjustment. A lot of tribes say that instead of saying religion, they said, this is our way of doing things. And so that was the moral code and the way you conducted ceremonies. But if you look at the ethnological literature, scholars have examined tribes in typical Western individualism. They say, well, this group names somebody, and this group does peace, and this group. They can't see that in that community there's an intermixture, and that the whole thing was religious in the sense that the community knew how to adjust to the world and the spirits because they had so many people doing that on behalf of them. So you go through the United States then, and what you find are those sacred centers. I at first thought those were the sites where they had the first revelation that this was a sacred place. And more inclined, as I listen to more tribal people speak, I'm more inclined to think that they keep getting ceremonies as they migrate or as they live someplace for a long time. And when the whole community is about to really have a gestalt experience, they're somehow led over to that sacred spot. See? And then you'd have a sacred spot as the center of your universe, and other sacred locations around that are representative of those subsidiary places. And the whole thing is a big complex. Now, for a lot of the northern plains, you say, well, if this is true and we're accurate, then we can look up and find the constellation in the sky. And what's going on above is the same thing that happens below. It's a teepee and it mirrors itself, see? So the problem then comes is what happens when the community's shattered and you don't have enough people to keep those adjustments going. And you lose that sacred spot. What you end up with is several sacred spots which are still sacred, but they're supposed to be connected to a whole. And if you go to the medicine wheel, it isn't just that wheel. It's the area for about 20 miles around that has little shrines and those things. The whole complex is sacred, see? And the only comparable thing in white society, would be cemeteries or Monticello or some battlefield or whatever. And you understand them very quickly. They're places where secular historical things happen that were important to people. They didn't want to forget them. They wanted to commemorate them, which is fine. But see, it's kind of a process inside yourself. You don't get the spirits to cooperate with you. So I think, we're under the gun. The secularization process is just going to continue till everybody's flat. A lot of tribes say that you got to stand up for these principles till the very end, regardless. Because a lot of them expect a cleansing. They look at the floods this winter and say, things keep getting out of balance.
Once we completed In the Light of Reverence, Vine generously participated in question and answer sessions following community and film festival screenings. At the Telluride Mountain Film Festival in 2001, we could hear rock climbers at the back of the theater hissing at the film in disapproval. As Vine and I sat on stage after the film, one climber rose to confront Vine in the Q&A session.
Yeah, I kind of take issue with the point that you have to have a community in order to have either rights or a sense of responsibility. Why can't an individual, let's say, go climb Devil's Tower and have a sense of responsibility toward respecting where he is, respecting the spiritual value of that natural asset, enjoying the beauty of it, not taking just recreational entertainment, but taking spiritual value from it, and feeling a sense of responsibility even to give back or to be reverent in that place. Who's to say that one has to have a community in order to be able to have the right to be there or to use it in a way that's responsible?
Well, you used responsible about 3 different ways in one sentence, right?
Well, I think there are many ways to be responsible. That's my point.
Well, now, what kind of behavior would you call responsible? You're climbing the Devil's Tower, you're saying I'm being responsible. Who are you being responsible to?
If I don't chip the mountain up or light fires and throw rocks off the top, I think I'm being responsible for the environment that I'm in.
So what is it that you're going to do at Devil's Tower that you don't do anyplace else?
I'm going to go up it, take personal satisfaction and spiritual satisfaction from that personal achievement, and leave.
Yeah, I could get personal satisfaction for robbing banks, but that wouldn't necessarily be right. What I'm trying to get you to see is that you're part of a community. You should be part of a community.
I'm not part of a community that's chosen to exclude me from that desire of mine to be there. I'm part of a community of climbers that want to climb, but why do I even have to be part of a community of climbers to be able to climb?
Well, you can climb all you want. What I was trying to do is get you to see the underlying real spiritual thing, and not just the goody-goody feeling. But I just don't see how.
I think it's a discussion about what's really spiritual.
All right, well.
And my point is, I don't think it necessarily has to be a community to define spirituality or the exercise of spirituality.
Well, I don't know what you would do if you're not a mystic, then.
What's wrong with being a mystic? I'm not a mystic, but what's wrong with being a mystic?
No, nothing. I think a mystic, the individual isolates themselves from a community or society and goes through rigorous exercises. I'm sure they have some spiritual experiences in some depth. And kind of the lost understand what you think is spiritual. With you can go around and do basically anything you want, and you have a good feeling, and you're at the same time being responsible. I don't see what you're being responsible to. I don't understand you at all. I interpret what you're telling me. You go and do things, and you're not a lawbreaker, and in that sense, you're responsible. And sure, that's fine. But
I think going in and shooting at petroglyphs is a very different thing from going in a place that someone else wants to preserve exclusively for their culture. I think it's there for everyone to use in their own way, providing they're responsible the way they use it. I think it's there for everyone. I think it's there for everyone. I don't think any one culture or any one person owns nature or owns a place.
no, I would agree to be there. But if you look beyond the Indian community and you see what non-Indian communities do with nature, you hardly have a basis for an argument.
Unfortunately, 34 years after we sat down for this interview, people are still having these arguments. But since Vine died in 2005, we don't have him to help us understand these complex issues and how we might resolve them. Tune into the next episode of Sacred Land Speaks for part 2 of my interview with Vine Deloria Jr., where he breaks down national policy in relation to Native people, discusses his cultural identity, and makes predictions about the future of technology. If you like what you've heard, please rate and subscribe to Sacred Land Speaks on your favorite podcast app. You can also visit sacredland.org to learn more about our films, resources, and suggested actions you can take to protect sacred places. This episode was produced and written by Callie, Shanafelt, Wong, and Toby McLeod. Our film interview with Vine was recorded by Will Parinello and Andy Black, along with co-producers Melinda Maynor-Lowry and Jessica Abbe. Our theme music was composed and performed by Stefan Smith and Charles Johnson. Sacred Land Speaks is brought to you by the Sacred Land Film Project of Earth Island Institute, based in the Lejeune Ohlone territory of Huchiun, otherwise known as Berkeley, California. Thanks for joining us.